Good morning, everybody. Hope that you had a great weekend. Um, we are in a crazy timeline. We sure are. How is everyone? What's up, David? Hey, Syrian. What's up, Jacob? How are you? Hello, hello. Hey, Valal. How are you, friend? What's up, Rachel? How you doing, folks? If you are joining me, hey, Tawana. Hey, Ramona. What's up? I think I said hi, Rachel. I think. Hey, Conchita. How are you guys? What's up, Cam? Good morning, Red Hot. Folks, if you are joining me on the Tube of You or I don't know, the Book of Faces or the Stack of Sub, please say hello. I don't get to see you when you join until you say hello. What's up, DJ? Hey, Colleen. What's up? Sunflower Fish, Lisa, good to see you. What's up, Mel Gray? Oh my word, my mom is calling me. 1 second, I need to make sure she's good to go. Y'all know how that works. Give me a second. I'm gonna call her over here just to be sure she's good because she knows this is the time that I'm normally live. Yeah, it is. So, hello.
Hey, have you heard anything about anything going on in Bristol?
Yeah, you
What's
mean
going
last
on?
night? You mean?
I don't know. Jerry just texted me and asked me if I was all right, what was going on. Somebody had posted something on Facebook the time that the Bristol sign and talking about pray for the
Yeah,
community and
because
stuff.
I'm live, but yeah, so there was a shooting last night. I think two teenagers were unalived and I think one is in the hospital.
Anybody we know?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know too many teenagers anymore, you know what I mean? But
Okay. Are you on Facebook?
yeah, I'm live everywhere.
Okay, I'll text you if you're live.
Okay, mom. All right.
Okay.
Bye. Y'all know when my mama calls me, I gotta answer, make sure she's good. Hello, Linda. What's up, Amy? Hey, Beach Bum Wannabe. How is everyone? She doesn't usually call me at this hour because she knows I'm usually live. So for her to call me, I needed to answer the call and make sure she was good to go. Yeah, Sandy, I sure will. I must have my phone volume turned down as well. Either that or it's because I was on the computer. So good morning, everybody. It was difficult today for me to even like figure out what all to put on here because there is so much going on, and do you know what is so crazy? So before I got on here, I was like, hey Doug, I was like on the moon, like energetically, I was like da 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 da, and then I made the mistake of popping into a couple of other lives before I went live, and I felt my energy just go like sloof, like just into the abyss of hell, which is not great. Good morning, Hector. Hey, Carla. Yeah, like it just was like, why did I even do that? Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. You heard me on Steve's. Yeah, I was in facts for like half a second, and then I made the mistake of like popping into a couple of others, and I was like, ugh, ugh, ugh. What were they discussing? I mean, politics, of course, Lisa, right? So there were people that wanted to argue about uh, hey, good morning, Sandra. People that wanted to argue about Trump and whether he was doing a good job or whether he should be impeached or Sunflower Fish. All I know is that he put out a video in the last day or so with him in the hospital and his dog licking his face. So I'm guessing he's well. I honestly don't know. All I know is he said he was going to have surgery on his shoulder or arm or something, and then that's all I know. Yeah, Rachel, I can't. Hey, Slim Shady, what's up, everybody? So I'm just going to kind of. It was hard to find me this morning. Yeah, I'm hearing those types of things. Whatever. You had to search. Yeah, somebody told me the same thing about Facebook that they had to search for me over there. So it just kind of is what it is what it is. Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about MTG, and my thoughts around that. Good morning, Sherry. Um, you have the same issue, Vashti? Yeah. See, so I don't know. Here's okay. So let me just go ahead and let everybody know what this week looks like for me. So I will be on this week, and we'll be talking and all the things. I do not. Good morning, Mom. I don't say I don't. Let me just. God, there was so many things happening right there. I don't really talk about like Thanksgiving in the way that maybe other people do. I call it my day of gratitude. Not only because it's just not historically been like a great day for us. Good morning, Brenda. Hey, Amal. Good evening. What's up, Astrid? Salam. But I call it a day of gratitude. I just like I once you know what Thanksgiving really is and the history of it. So I typically on Thanksgiving I will do a sort of I sort of tell the story from the Native American perspective. I share the actual history of the day. And we talk about the tribe and all of those things. And so for me, it's just not that. For if you've followed me for a while, you know that my father passed on Thanksgiving morning. My mother-in-law passed like right after the stroke of midnight several years ago, also on Thanksgiving. My godmother passed the same week of Thanksgiving, as did her sister. So, like, it's just like, whatever, man. It's just not one of those days that I'm just like, rah, rah, rah. It's just not one of those things. So yeah, it just, I mean, we eat, don't get me wrong, but other than that, it's not really like a thing. Um, I got you, Cheryl. No worries. Yeah. So I'm. What's up, Moon? Good to see you. Yeah. So I mean, it's all good, right? But other than that, I just give everybody a heads up. So when everybody pops up, they'd be like, "Happy Thanksgiving." I'd be like, "Happy Day of Gratitude." I appreciate you, Cam and DJ. Appreciate you for that as well. So yeah, so we got a lot to talk about today. If you notice, I have ridiculous ass Linda McMahon up there as well because we are going to talk about the Department of Education today. I also have Mohammed Ibrahim up here, the 16-year-old American Palestinian that you see on here, and then I have a picture of Gaza in the background. Um, the reason why is because I feel like now that there's been this fake ass ceasefire, the media has somehow forgotten that there has still been a G side in Gaza, and that there is still a lack of humanitarian aid following through the fact that Israel very blatantly violated it over the weekend and unalived, 24, 25, 30 people. You know what I mean? And so I want to make sure that we don't just like move on. Americans have a bad habit of doing that, right? Where we just, hey, Stephen, good morning. Hey, Mary Shaw, good to see you as well. Where we just kind of like, it's that ADD, right? Everybody's got such a short attention span. And I feel like, here's the thing, I feel like that the media has just, yeah, the fest pop. Yeah. Thanks, Carla. Um, Hey, Susan, good to see you as well. And that everybody just keeps on going. Good morning, Emil. And so it's one of the things where I really want us to talk about it and not forget it because it is still very relevant and still very important. What's up, the brothers? Good to see you. And, all the things. I was very focused on family over the weekend. I thought I was going to go live yesterday, but I did not. And that's okay that I did not. It just didn't happen. It was a very family focused and for me very grandchildren focused weekend that was necessary, right? And so given the choice, I will always choose them. Yeah, May, I love the dragon. I love the dragon head. So yeah. So lots of things that we should talk about today. Is the panel going to open up today? Yes, it is. Do I have a hard stop today? No, I don't. What's up, Witch? Yeah, no, I didn't. And you know what? We can talk a little bit about Venezuela. Appreciate you guys doing all the live fest things. I haven't even been on here much to even really like know everything I'm supposed to be doing in the TikTok world of things to make them happy. Good morning, Eli. Hey, Jennifer. Anybody that I haven't said hello to, charge it to my head and not my heart. Hello to everybody. Um, yeah, Amanda, me either. Yeah, no, I wasn't Wawa at all. I wasn't. And this is the thing, there's so much happening. So let me just tell you what I would highly recommend. Appreciate you, Sandy. For those of you all that have children in the school systems, I would recommend talking to your local schools and to your school district about these changes and what they are or they aren't planning to implement. Even though I am in the South, one of the things that I can say is the kids, my grandbabies are in a fantastic school district, and they don't really give a shit about what federally people say. They are all about making sure that our children are well taken care of, well supported, and all the things, right? So I'm grateful for that. Yeah, there is new TikTok stuff. I know Sandy knows them all. She's on it. She's ready to go, right? So I would just highly recommend that for everybody, especially if you have children that are on IEPs, if you have children that get support within the school systems. I would highly recommend you diving in. And this would be one of the things, y'all. This is one of the things that I believe is an issue that we can make loud and make ground on. Things that we do have to talk about today, y'all. We have to talk about the Russia peace plan that our country put forth, because y'all do know it wasn't ours, right? Y'all do know that we did not make up the 28-point peace plan that was carried out to everybody. Like even Marco Rubio said that it wasn't ours. He backtracked, right? He backtracked, but it was absolutely Steve Witkoff and Dimitri. This is the same Dimitri that no, this didn't have anything to do with Biden. This it's Vladimir. It is Russia's plan. Period. Listen, do y'all realize that damn thing said for Ukraine to reduce its army by 30%? As if that's gonna happen. Absolutely not. It required Ukraine to give them some of their land. It also required them to keep Kiev from joining the UN. Like it's just absolutely asinine, you guys. The young man on the left, this is the Palestinian American Mohammed Ibrahim, who is in the Israeli prison and has been there for 10 months now. So I want to start with that actually, because for anybody that is watching that considers yourselves to be a patriot, that no, he's not doing well, Moon. He is not doing well. If you consider yourselves to be a patriot, if you think that America really is first, that we take care of American citizens and all of those things, I've talked about this kid more than once, and I'm going to keep talking about him. I do know that Senator Van Hollen talked about him over the weekend. But as far as I know, that's the only senator that I have seen publicly talking about this child. And just to reiterate to everyone, this is an American citizen who is Palestinian, who was in the West Bank, visiting his family, visiting Palestinian family, and he was snatched from the West Bank and thrown in an Israeli prison. And he has been there since February of this year. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is not doing well. He has not been able to see his family. His family wants him to get medical help outside of Israel. He, for the people that have gotten to see him, he was beaten. We do know that. He's 16 years old. and he is in prison for quote unquote throwing rocks at tanks or at a vehicle. I'm going to say that again. A 16-year-old is in prison for throwing rocks at a vehicle, for throwing rocks. And he's been in prison since February of this year. His family has reached out to the State Department. The family has talked to Marco Rubio. Like all of these things have happened. So why are people not talking about this? Why isn't because this is Florida we're talking about. The kid is from Florida, right? So where is the outcry? I mean, I don't know, if he were blonde hair and blue eye, would it be different? I think so. Sorry, I just do. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not sorry. But I do. I think, if this was a blonde haired, blue eyed kid that didn't have any Palestinian heritage in him at all, would it matter? Probably so. Now, did it matter for Rachel 20 years ago? No, it didn't. Right? When we had an American citizen, Rachel, who literally got run over by an Israeli bulldozer, did that change anything? No, it didn't. Right? It didn't. But it was a different time. You hear me? It was also a different time. People weren't as aware of Israel 20 years ago as they are today. The view of Israel was not the view that people have of Israel today. The mask has fallen, and people see Israel for the country that they are. The majority of people, I believe, do. That's also why I have up those three ladies right there: Lauren, Marge, and Nancy. Do you want to know why only one of those three women is resigning from Congress? Even though all three of them stood up and called for the release of the Epstein files. But you don't see Massey resigning. You don't see Nancy resigning. You don't see Lauren resigning. You don't see that. Why? What is different about Marjorie Taylor Greene compared to Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert? No, Uka. They don't care about that. Do you know how many people in Congress have millions and millions of dollars of insider training? No, the difference is she talked about Israel. The difference is she talked about Israel. That is the damn difference, y'all. She went on Tucker Carlson and she said, why isn't Israel a registered foreign lobbyist? She went on Tucker Carlson and said, I'm the only person in my class that didn't go to Israel. She's the only one. If you notice, Massey, he wants them damn Epstein files, right? Boebert, she wants the Epstein files. Nancy Mace, she wants the Epstein files. But out of all of them, who is the only person that you see resigning? And they gave her a choice. It's either you resign or what? I don't know what the or what is, but they made the deal sweet for her. They said, right. They said, you can resign and you can even wait until after you're vested so that you can get your pension. You'll make all your rounds. You'll go to all the pundit shows. You'll talk to all the people. You'll get to write a book deal. Like, you'll be set for life. You were worth 700 grand. Now you're worth 25 million, right? But now it's time for you to go. And I think people really need to be paying attention to this. There is a hierarchy to what we have happening around the world and in this country right now. And there are points of intersection that are very, very important, right? And I think that people really need to be paying attention to what is the absolute deal breaker. Good morning, Tara Love. The deal breaker isn't even Jeffrey. Do you want to know why the deal breaker isn't Jeffrey? Do you want to know why the files aren't the deal breaker? In my humble opinion, why I believe the files aren't the deal breaker. I believe the files aren't the deal breaker because they can finagle the files. They have some sort of ability to determine what does and what doesn't come out with those files. They can prolong them, they can redact them, they can do whatever, like they can manipulate. They have the ability to do that. But they are very effectively, very systematically shutting down the fucking rhetoric when it comes to Israel. That is what that whole fake ceasefire peace agreement is. That's what that ridiculous UN approved 20-point peace plan is, right? That is what every bit of that is. How much are you hearing? When's the last time you saw an ad, you guys saying, I don't take APAC money? Because we were seeing them for a minute, right? Were we or were we not seeing ads specifically condemning APAC money? Have you seen one recently? Just asking. I just want to point these things out because I think it's really important for people to stay eyes wide open and to pay attention to what you see and even what you don't see, because all of that is important. All of it is important. Do the files matter? Absolutely. Of course they do. Do we know that all of the that there are okay, which no worries. Do we know that there are points of intersection? Do we know that Jeffrey was involved in intelligence? Yes, we do. The files are very clear about that, right? It's just really wild to me. M Jane, I don't know that that's a thing. I know people that are British and they wear pro pally stuff. I don't know what you mean. They can't. I haven't seen that to be a thing. You'll have to be more specific as to what you're talking about, because you'll have to be more specific about what you're talking about. Yeah, I got you. No, you're good, M. Jane. I'm very careful about the things that get said because I want to make sure that the things that are here are like solid, and you know what I mean? All the things, you know what I mean? And so there's a particular group in the UK that has been labeled a T organization, right? But that's not all pro Pally. That's not all pro Pally clothing. It's a particular organization that they don't want you to do. Give me a second, guys. Um, yeah, Pally is Palestine. Yeah. So when we talk about being pro Pally, we talk about being pro Palestine. And I think that we should talk about what that actually means, right? Because I think it means different things to different people. Um, I think that there are some people that are anti-G side, but they're not pro-Pally. And there's a difference between the two things, right? Good morning, Chris. Being anti-G side doesn't automatically make you pro-Palestine. I just think it's really important to make those distinctions and know where you fit and where you land and why you land where you land. Right? So, indivisible string, you said, damn, what do you mean? tell me what you mean when you say the word damn. Does everybody know what I mean when I say that? You can be anti-G side, but that does not mean that you are pro-Palestine. Oh, truth hurts. Yeah. Because it is 100% true. So if you are pro-Palestine, which I am, okay, let me be very clear about my position, okay? I believe that every human being has the right to exist, right? Now, when you ask me, does Israel have the right to exist? That's a government, right? That's a government. That is a state that you are asking about. Good morning, Akia. And that's a different conversation. And I guess the thing that I would want to know is, why is that a question? Why are people asking, does Israel have the right to exist? Because I don't know that we ask this question about anyone else, right? And I think that there's a difference between exist and be a terrorist. Like, those two things are not the same. Existence is different than committing G-cide and ethnic cleansing. Right? And I think that when we say, does Israel have the right to exist? Does Israel have the right to defend itself? I mean, I'm going to ask the same question. Does Palestine have a right to exist? Do Palestinians have the right to defend themselves? Yes or no? And if they do, then what's your problem with Hamas? And when you say that Hamas is a T organization, my question is, can you explain to me what defines them as such? And if you say they unalive innocent people, I would say to you that so does Israel and so does the United States of America. I want to make sure that we are using the same standard for everyone. What's up, DeBoss? Right? Are we using the same standard for everyone? And who gets to determine what that standard is? So user 1567, I would say we have to leave God out of the conversation, because God is, because then we'd have to talk about whose God are you talking about? And I mean, is it Jewish God? Is it Allah? Is it Thor? I mean, like, is it Athena? Like, who are we talking about? Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. Well, Mark, let's talk about it. No more than me, and I'm ignorant. Come join the panel and talk to me about it. Yeah, it came out this year. Give me 1 second, and I'll tell you what it is. Mark, are you coming? Because I sent you an invitation to join the panel. It is called give me 1 second. Yeah, it's called The Heritage Guide to the Constitution. Good morning, Mike Glover. Um, it came, and so it's been out several different times. But yeah, that's what it is. It's called The Heritage Guide to the Constitution. Oh, yep, I got you, Sandy. Appreciate you. So, Mark, listen, if you're going to come in here and say, oh, you're so ignorant, but that's not surprising because you're a liberal, then I just want you to be a big boy. I just want you to be a big boy and join the panel and talk to me and show me my ignorance. Show me the error of my ways, Mark. That is what I would like for you to do today. And if you can't do that, shut the fuck up. Good morning, Candy. Like, that's just really where I'm at with it today. I got time today. I have no hard stops. I have time today. So, be a big boy and come tell me and have a discussion about my ignorance, or just shut the fuck up and go somewhere else. I didn't see what he said to Sandy. So AJ, I don't agree with you. AJ, when you say this just shows how dangerous the God of all Abrahamic faiths are, I disagree. Because it is not the God of all Abrahamic beliefs that are the issue. It is the people that weaponize that belief. You just have to be really clear about that. Who, me, Phoenix? Who am I? I'm the person running this live on her platform, which means I do get to determine what the fuck you can and cannot say here. See, look, let me show you. This is how I do it, Phoenix, right here. I do it just like this. Mute. Now I just determined what you can and can't say. Not shit in this live. See how that works? That's why TikTok gave me a button so I could determine it. See, that's who I am. The person with the fucking mute button. That's me. You don't have one. See, right now you're probably talking to your phone and can't say nothing to me. I can't even hear you. What was that? What was that you said? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, it's just the dumbest thing ever. My what? Cat? Right. Phoenix who? No, yeah, AJ, the books don't give you the blueprint, right? Listen, so if we're going to say that though, then that means that, we are talking about, oh, it's good to ban books. No. Books are not blueprints if you're not looking to travel that road. Right? Like, I literally, like, I've read the same Bible that everybody else had. It didn't make me want to commit a G-side or take anybody's land, or unalive 25, 30,000 of their children. Like, it didn't make me ever do that. You know? So it's not the book that is the problem, it is the people. I keep telling this, y'all gonna stop blaming the devil and everybody else. The devil didn't make you do nothing. That's you. It's you. I read all the parts, Sarah. I read all the parts. It is not, listen, it is nobody except you. And whatever ick you have in your heart, it's you. And people don't like that because they want to blame everything except themselves. People don't like accountability. But welcome to the world accountability. Don't blame the Bible. Don't blame God, because we can talk about all kind of different gods. Let's don't do that. Can we talk about us? It is 100% on us. When people say, what's this world coming to? What do I say? Whatever we make it. It doesn't set you up, Sarah. See, I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I know people that have read that book that only did goodness to people. I know people that worship that God that have the kindest hearts, that have the best spirits. I You can't blame the book. No, a book can't make you believe something is okay. It can't. Do you want to know how I know that everybody should know better than that? Do you want to know how I know that everybody should know better than that? Because, okay, so listen, when Jesus ascended into heaven, what did he say? I'm just going to ask you all, listen, I'm going to ask you all this question. Since we're going to talk about the Bible, let's talk about it. Let's just so if we're going to bring the Bible into the conversation. Hey, facts people, welcome. Glad to see you guys. So if we're going to talk about the Bible and religion, right? And what it does or doesn't do, then let's talk about it. So tell me what Jesus said when he ascended into heaven. Because if we're going to go by the book, that's what we're going to go by. Hey, Jules 26. What's up, folks? Hello, facts people. Good morning, Sharon. No, Mike, that ain't what he said. Right. It's not the books, it's not the video games, it's not the TV, it's not the radio. Good morning, Andrew. Good to see you, friend. I haven't seen you in a minute. No, before you even get to the Great Commission. Before you even get to the Great Commission, folks. What did he say? What do you say? I'm leaving with you. I'm leaving with you what? Nope, it ain't that either. No, going back. It's not the burning bush either. Nope. No. What did he say? I am leaving with you. Thank you, Sandy. Say it again. Right. And if we're talking about, okay, hold on. We just going to, right, Warner. Thank you. So he said, I am leaving with you the Holy Spirit, right? That's what he said. Why? Why? I don't know how we always end up going to church sometimes, but here we are. Cam said I would have been here all day guessing. All right. So okay. Whew. Good Lord. I'm gonna turn this, I'm gonna open this up real quick. Okay, we're gonna get through this together. Yeah, we do this sometimes. So Steve's people. So listen, I love the fact that you guys have joined me. And I cover similar things just like Facts does. Um and we also do the digging. We take it to a personal thing. Because the problem isn't the Department of Education. The problem isn't just Donald Trump. The problem isn't one party or the other. The problem is us, right? The problem is us as a society, as a country, as individual people. We are part of the problem. And until we dig in and become responsible for who we are and how we show up in this world, shit is not going to change. Like, real talk. Nah, so let me just, oops, hold on. Here is what it says. Um, dun, dun, dun. Sorry, y'all. I'm scrolling right now because I need to find. I hadn't planned on going to church. When you say Zionism upon crimes, tell me what that means. Tell me what that means. So In John chapter 14, verse 15, it says, if you love me, keep my commands. He didn't say, now here's what I think is really, really important, y'all. Um, he said, keep my commands. Anybody want to tell me what Jesus's commands were? Because they different than some of the other stuff y'all read. What's up, Jeffrey? I don't know why AI said Project 2025 discussion. When did I mention Project 2025? I guess because I said the Heritage Nation, the Heritage Foundation. Yep, love one another, love thy neighbor as thyself, feed the hungry, right? All those types of things. But check this out. Here's what he says. He says, and I will ask the Father, and he will give you another advocate to help you and be with you forever, the Spirit of truth. The world cannot accept him because it neither sees him nor knows him, but you know him, for he lives within you and will be in you. Right? I think this is the thing that the reason you have the Holy Spirit in you is to guide you, period. Right? Like that's what he said. That's what he said. He'll be with you. He's got you. Right? So if you read a book and the God that you believe in, the Spirit of God is in you, it doesn't matter what the book says. You're not going to do whatever the book says. You're going to do whatever the God inside you says do and don't do. That's why the devil don't have nothing to do with it. It's you. You either doing it or you're not doing it. Period. And you got to stop blaming everybody but you. You know, I went to I was in Michigan at the Michigan Rural Caucus earlier this year. And my backdrop said, is Trump the problem or you? Is Trump the problem or you? Okay, Mastiff Mama, you said both. Tell me why Donald Trump is the problem. Because he's been a narcissistic asshole his entire life. And he ain't been a problem for the whole world. Why? Because we didn't elect him. We elected him. We are the problem. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So, Truth, you said I didn't vote for him, but you are not an island unto yourself. What part did we play, each of us, as a society that allowed us and our neighbors, if we love our neighbors as ourselves, what part did we all play in creating a society that allowed that man to get elected? No, Thomas, I'm not even talking about stopping him. I'm asking what world did we create? All of us together. Because we all created a world in which people elected Donald Trump and Mike Johnson and Lindsey Graham. And there's not one singular answer to this question. I'm asking this because I really think that this is the question that needs to be examined. So how did we get there? And let me, can I just say this, you all? There are people on the left that have been just as damaging to building bridges and empowering the world as MAGA. If you are meeting people who think act differently than you, with the same demeanor, with the same repulsion, with the same insults, with the same whatever, you are part of the fucking problem. Now, see, this is why I don't have a million followers. Because too many people don't like this part. Too many people don't like this part. People want to be like, oh, well, we're on the side of goodness and everybody else over there is bad. No. If you are on the side of goodness, but you are spitting vitriol out of your mouth, examples, dear God in heaven, you can say, are you walking around saying MAGA is stupid? Are you walking around saying MAGA don't listen? MAGA doesn't comprehend? Are you walking around saying, like, what are you doing? Uh, no, actually, user, I shouldn't. Now, if you want to come on up here and talk about it, we can. See, some of y'all got real quiet. Somebody just told me that if I should speak well of Israel and God will favor me. Boy, bye. Boy, bot, troll, whatever you really are, bye. You can miss me with all of that. Because whatever God it is that would favor me for speaking kindly about the state of Israel ain't my God. Let me just be real clear about that. Whatever God that co-signs what Israel is doing ain't my God. Yeah, my God doesn't get down with G side. But Sammy J, when you say I do it for my own peace of mind, really? Do you have peace of mind? And who is it that isn't hearing what maybe you could say that might get that back? I'm just saying, if we all cut off everybody that doesn't think like us, believe like us, whatever like us, are we any different than anybody else? I'm just saying. And for people who say we didn't follow God's commandments, listen, which God? This is like, I'm just saying, folks, this is the time where you gotta stop and take a real hard look at you and how you show up in this world. Are you showing up in a way that helps us get where we want to go, or no? You know, the reason why I can ask y'all this questions is I ask myself this stuff all the time. There are days when I would rather get on here and just cuss people straight the fuck out every day and be like, go on somewhere. But I can't. If I did that every single day, if I treated every Trump supporter the same, I wouldn't have people like Sherry in here. I wouldn't have Britain in here. I wouldn't have other people that were absolute Republican Trump supporters that now see things differently. And I'm not asking those people to become a Democrat because I'm not even a registered Democrat. Y'all listen, I am tickled as hell because I guess because because I was active last year, like in the election, the Democrats have now somehow got my email address. And I got an email from, it just says Democrats on it. And it asks me, it asked me to give their opinion on the new Democrat cards they're sending out. And I said, well, who the fuck said I was one? Because I didn't. I didn't join a club and say, send me a Democrat card. Because here's my thing, right? You would need to clean up your party for me to wear that as my label. You would have to change the rhetoric within your, this is why I don't like labels at all. Because labels give you, and they tell people what to think about you, and they tell people how you think. And I don't think like every Democrat. I don't think like the Republican Party. I don't know that I even think, because so I'll tell you this. When we think about like the Democratic Party as a whole, the Democratic Party as a whole is just as guilty as the Republican Party for where we are with Israel. Right? If we are really talking about this, it like if I would have to see, so this is where I would have to like separate things. So if I just put Israel right here, the state of Israel, the government of Israel, and I put it right here and I said Congress, right? And I looked at Congress based on its interaction and support or lack thereof of Israel, 95% of Congress, I would have to just throw the fuck away. Right? Like if I were judging it by that, it would be like, you know, looking at a box of strawberries and most of them rotten, right? And you're going, I don't even think you clean enough to eat because you've been around all these other, you know what I'm saying? But it's not just, it's APAC, it's Kufi, it's J Street, it's all of them. But now, if I were to take another issue, for example, the Epstein files, and I were to use that as the measure of those same members of Congress, I wouldn't want to throw them all down, right? I wouldn't want to throw them all away, right? It would be different, right? If I took immigration and I used that as the standard, again, it would be different. Like how I would view each of those members of Congress would again be different. I mean, I have voted for both as well. It's been a long time since I have voted for a Republican, though. A long time. And I would be surprised if I ever did again. It would shock me if I ever did again. Just saying. For me, it has to be about the candidate and it has to be about that candidate's policies and that candidate's position, first and foremost, just with politics. I mean, just with humanity, right? I mean, I just need to know your basic belief about rights as human beings and individuals for everyone. Yeah, Jamie, same here. Right? Um, sorry, y'all. I'm scrolling back through here. So, um, Treason, if you're a real person, feel free to come on up here and talk about it. When you say you feel that I am more worried about Israel than I am my own country. Um, well, when my own country gives Israel billions upon billions of dollars more than we do any of our other allies, right? That's a problem. When Israel is flying the majority of the members of our Congress to come to their country and kiss their wall, yeah, I'm fucking concerned about Israel. I'm going to be concerned about Israel when the majority of Congress is more concerned about Israel than they are our own country. When Senator Ted Cruz says, I went into Congress to be the biggest defender and best defender of Israel. When people are joining Congress to be the biggest, best defenders of Israel, you're absolutely fucking right. I'm going to be concerned with Israel. And you should be too, Trayson. Halla, 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 Raja. Just, you know, because now you just sound silly, Trayson. You either sound like a bot, a troll, or silly. And the thing that reaffirms all of those things is the fact that you will not come and join the panel. That's it. It's all the same. You know? Y'all doing okay over here? Indivisible, I don't know whether the blackout starts today or tomorrow, to be honest. Um, we've pretty much, I mean, except for my grandchildren and my mom, I don't intend to be buying for anybody else. Everybody else is saying tomorrow. Living with the lies, I'm lost. I don't know what we're talking about. Great, love that. I thought about you this morning, by the way. Um, what does Putin have to do with all this? All what? I mean, because we're talking about the entire country, right? And so Putin, I mean, well, Putin has to do with everything that you see up here as well, right? When the United States of America delivers a 28-point peace plan, supposed to be peace plan that is written by Russia, yeah, he has a lot to do with it, right? Don't forget that's the same Vladimir Putin um, that Jeffrey was emailing his new people and was like, "Yo, if you want to know how to handle Vlad, Vlad, if you want to know how to handle Donald, just give me a holler." His last person, did a great job because I helped him out. I helped him understand him. I'm just saying. What do you mean? What does he have to do with it? Everything. Everything. Russia has always been real, just in more ways than people understood. People didn't really understand that every single bit of it has places of intersection. Good morning, Nance. Right? Roger Ben told them. Roger Stone Ben told them how to handle Donald Trump. Ben told them. You just got to handle him. And what did he say? He said it's exhausting. He said it's exhausting, but it works. I don't know what comment was pinned, to be honest. I missed it. So, I'm just saying. Oh, so I'll tell you what. When mental brings their ass up on the panel, I will consider what they said. Listen, if all you're going to do is yippity yap 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 in them comments, don't expect for me to be, I don't know what you want me to say. I really don't. It's just like the men who come in here that make comments about my nose because they're mad because my nose is bigger than their member. I don't know what you want me to say about that, sir. You just had shitty DNA. Not doesn't have anything to do with me, right? Like, what you want me to do about that? Wildest thing ever. Like they're children. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I listen. I quit worrying about what people thought about my looks. It's the same thing for the men that come in and say, "Oh, is this a man or a woman? You what about your haircut?" Listen, if a short haircut is intimidating to you, that's all you had to say. If a short haircut threatens your manliness, that's all you had to say. Appreciate it, truth seeker. But you know what I mean? Like, if your manhood is that fragile, you don't have to say it so loudly. We know. It's the wildest stuff ever. Whew. It's the craziest thing. Oh my goodness. All right. So let's dig into a couple of little things. Okay. Let's dig into a couple of little things this morning. I mentioned it vaguely, but I do want to come back around. I want to circle back around really quickly. And I want to touch on Lauren, Marjorie, and Nance. These three members of Congress that are in that second row back there, right? Like right above BB. Oh yeah, Nance. Yes. It's funny to me. All right. So last week, I did a lot of digging into the 2006, 2007, and 8 investigation into, no, Kat, I didn't, um, at all. I did see the White House, put out a TikTok video about deportation, saying they were holding space for it, showing these horrible images of people being terrorized by ICE. I did see that. I did see that over the weekend, right? I did see that a family in Queens, a young woman and her two small children, were held at Pew Pew Point by ICE after they broke through her door with a battering ram, looking for a cousin that hasn't lived with her in years. And I did see that entire family traumatized over the weekend. I did see that. I did see that. I did see one of the doctors from, I believe it's Cincinnati Children's Hospital, who has been in ICE custody for 73 days. 73 days. 73 days. And he's legal. Yes, the chaplain. Thank you, Rachel. He came here legally. He's been documented since day one. He's been everything since day one. And he was rounded up and he was kept in jail after ICE picked him up. The chaplain of Cincinnati, I think is it the Children's Hospital, I want to say, 73 days. Hey, Tim Burke. Yeah, chaplain over the pediatric unit. Yes. I did see that. How many of you all saw that? And the thing that is so wild to me is people aren't outraged. I didn't, Mama Dukes. There are people that are just like, oh, well, there's going to be some mistakes. No, there's not. And there should never be quote unquote mistakes when it comes to the rights of human beings. I don't know why we don't understand this. There should never be, we don't just blow off mistakes when it comes to people's rights. I'm just saying. And do we do a mistake for 73 days? Is that what we do? Because if you remember, Kilmar Abrego Garcia started out as an administrative mistake. And the man is detained right now after he went to El Salvador and was absolutely tortured. You do remember that, right? That Kilmar Abrego Garcia started out as an administrative mistake. And this administration is so adverse to admitting mistakes. They kept trying to dream up ways to make him a terrorist. They had to find something that they could charge him with some sort of way. Let's go back to 3 years ago for a traffic stop we didn't do shit with. And let's find a state that will be complicit like Tennessee, which is why Tennessee is about to flip its congressional district. Let me be clear. That is why the 7th congressional district of Tennessee is about to flip. It's because you went too far. See, y'all didn't understand that we have now become a society that is okay with covert racism. But when you get back to that overt shit, it makes people really uncomfortable. Because nobody wants to be an out and out racist. At least not the majority of people. Right? See, this is how you know the state of racism in the United States of America. Pre-civil rights movement, overt racism, good. Post civil rights movement, overt racism, bad. You do get the difference between the two, right? Overt, good. Overt, bad. I got it, Sandy. And that's it. The only thing, so let me not say the only thing. Here's what I would say is from a societal perspective, what the civil rights movement did for people who are not racist, but are definitely bigoted or prejudiced, was it just made racism politically incorrect and socially unacceptable to say out loud. That's it. Papa could still say it at the dinner table, but not outside at the grocery store. Right? I'm just saying. And this is what some people don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the reality. And let me just say this, I'm not saying that we haven't made progress. Of course we have. Of course we have. How do we know that we made progress? Well, for starters, I'm a whole ass human being. Right? I'm not property today. Okay? So we've made some progress. You can get married to people of different races, ethnicities, and cultures in any state it's legal. Now, just because it's legal in every state and every county in every state doesn't mean it's wise to do in every county and every state. There's a difference. And for people who say, so listen, I don't believe that I'm just at this place where, so let me just say this. I'm going to stop giving people a pass. I'm not blaming anything on Trump and this administration except for the things that they actually do. I'm not blaming them for anybody else's behavior. I'm not blaming your racism, your homophobia, your transphobia. I'm not blaming that on Donald Trump. You chose that shit. It's all you. And I'm not even going to say he gave you permission, because somebody can give you permission to do something that is violent. If it ain't in you, you won't do it. People need to stop saying Trump made racism okay again. No, he didn't. If you weren't racist, he couldn't make it okay for you. If you weren't bigoted, he couldn't make it okay for you. We're going to stop acting like Donald Trump is the reason we are that we've gone to hell in a handbasket. No, it's us. It is us, people. And you know what's crazy is these are the things that we tell our children, aren't they? These are the things that we tell our children. Just because somebody says you can do the bad thing doesn't mean you should do the bad thing. Well, so and so, can y'all imagine? Do y'all remember? So I don't know, maybe y'all didn't have a mama like mine. But if I had come home and said, well, they told me it was okay for me to do it, my mother would have looked me in my face and been like, really? So if they, and this would have been my mama, so they tell you to jump off a bridge, you're going to jump off the bridge? Nope, I don't say he opened Pandora's box, because listen, there's nothing to open if it ain't in the box. You can open the box, but if hatred isn't in the box, it ain't coming out. You can open the box, and if bigotry is not in it, it ain't coming out. You can open the box, and if homophobia is in it, it ain't coming out. If it's not in it, it can't come out. Right? The only thing he did was say to people, it's okay to show people how shitty you are. I show everybody how shitty I am, and they elected me president. That's all he did. And then shitty people were like, well, damn, if he can be shitty and be president, then I can be shitty too. And people that weren't shitty were like, oh, dear God, I didn't know that there were this many shitty people around me. That's it. That's it. That's it. But you know what, Sandra? I'm not even going to give people that pass. I'm not giving people that pass. I know people that were raised by hate and bigotry that aren't hateful and aren't bigoted today. Because listen, we are grown ass adults. We're not going to blame our mamas and our daddies. We're not doing that today. We are not blaming how we were raised. Tears of Jupiter, I sound bigoted. Tell me about it. Come tell me what I'm bigoted about with your 5 followers. Tell me what I'm bigoted about. And then I would love for you to be able to tell me what the definition of bigotry is. Yeah. Come tell me what I'm bigoted about and then define bigotry for me and tell me what I said that is bigoted. In any order, as a matter of fact. See what I'm saying, y'all? I did send. Good afternoon, Daniel. I'm just saying. Right. Or you can even do Chat GPT, whatever you need to do. See, some of y'all are feeling like the people sitting in the back of the church that you just got your toes stepped over. You felt like the pastor just read your mail and you don't even want to say amen, even though you know it's true. He left. See, that's what happens. That's what we used to call it. I was raised down south in church. We used to say, "Woo, that pastor was reading my mail this morning." Y'all know that saying? The pastor was reading my mail this morning. I ain't got no toes left. Right, Daniel. Yeah, I went way back, Wesley. It's wild to me. Folks, if we pay attention, the people in power will demonstrate for you where the lines are. You'll notice them. You will notice where the lines are. You will notice what is more sacred than other things, right? And I'm going to tell y'all something. I have learned the lessons that I have learned from discovering the truth about Palestine and Israel go far beyond Palestine and Israel. Follow me, you all. Eucalyptus is I will forever be grateful to Yuka for sharing this one document with me. Um, it is this document. So how many? Well, I'm going to go back for just a little bit and let me see if I have this thing pulled up. I do. Okay, so a couple of things. So did you see the light? Did y'all see the light flicker again? Okay. Yep. See, Jamie? All right. No, I don't. It's a thing that has just started happening lately, Stacey D, and it doesn't happen every day. It just does sometimes. Okay, so let me just right, Sandy. And ain't no outlets near my head. It's crazy. Yep, and only during lives. Correct. Yeah. All right, so listen. No, not that I'm aware of any. All right, so yeah, coolest mom. That's what Witch says too. Okay, so listen. I just want you all to pay attention. I want to go somewhere real quick and I want you guys to go with me, okay? If you're ready for this. So, how many of you all that are in here are very familiar with or are not familiar with? Let me ask it that way. Who is not familiar with the Balfour Declaration? Who's not familiar with the Balfour Declaration? I'm going to start right there first. If you're not familiar, put a 1 in. There's a lot of you guys not. Okay. All right. Okay. I love this. That means we got lots of new people in here. I love that too. Okay. Perfect. All right. All right. So the Balfour Declaration was one of the first documents that I ran across when I started going, okay, I need to understand what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And I need to understand because this whole they've been fighting about it for however long, it just doesn't hold water. And so that was the first document that I read about. And so I'm going to give you I want you guys to go with me and it would be great if you all took notes. And then here's what I promise I will do. What I promise I will do is I will write a Substack. And the Substack that I will write will include what I'm about to go over and these other things in chronological format. And it will be linked to all the documents. So if you are following me on my Substack, you will get that emailed out to you and it will be posted on my Substack. Okay. So follow me. So I want you all to think about something. So first, when did WW2 end? When did WW2 end? Yeah, Chris, I am. I mean not WW2, sorry, WW1. When did WW1 end? Sorry guys, I know I told you the wrong one. Sorry. WW1, when did it end? What year? 18. You got it, Scott. 1918. 1918 is when WW1 ended. Now, November, exactly. November 1918. Now, does anybody know who the country of Palestine belonged to at that time? Like what empire was Palestine a part of back then? It started in 1914, ended in 1918. The Ottoman Empire, exactly. Palestine itself was its own country, but it was part of the Ottoman Empire. So it was still Palestine. It was just part of the Ottoman Empire. So the way that I would explain that to you is if you live in Texas, Texas is still Texas, but it's part of the United States of America, right? So Palestine was still Palestine. It was just part of the Ottoman Empire at that time. Okay. So in 1917, the Allied powers start to have this conversation about we're going to win WW1, right? So what are we going to do and how are we going to divide up the losers' land? Okay. Who gets what is kind of the thing. And so Lord Balfour sends a message, a letter to Lord Rothschild. Now, I am not, listen to me, people, I am not going down the Rothschild rabbit hole today. I am not, listen to me, I am not going down the Rothschild rabbit hole today. We are not going to talk about them, the money, the bank. We're not doing it today. All I'm saying is that Lord Rothschild, right? It's a big hole. It's a long hole. I'm not going all the way down the hole. Okay. Right. Right, Wesley. Love it. Okay. So check this out. So there's this conversation where everybody's kind of deciding who's going to get what we're doing with what, blah, 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 whatever, whatever. Okay. That's its own series of lives, which you can't even do the Rothschild in one live. You can't do it. Okay. So here's what's happening. The Rothschilds, Lord Rothschild, and the Zionist Federation have sent a letter to the Brits, basically saying we would like a state that is the home for the European Jewish nation. Okay, now pay attention, folks, because when was the H cost? When was the H cost? Yep, 48. We are 30 years before the H cost. Y'all got me? We are 30 years before the H cost. So when people say that the state of Israel was created because of the H cost, bullshit, because it hadn't happened yet. Had not happened yet. Okay? So that is not it. When people are like, oh, well, it was because we wanted to make up for da 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 da. Yeah, the 30s to the 45s. Bottom line is, we are in 1917. So we are a long time before the H cost happened. So do not let anyone tell you, don't let anybody tell you that the state of Israel was created to give the European Jews a place because of what happened in Germany. That's not accurate. Okay? So here is right. Israel was declared a nation in 1948. Exactly. Thank you, Diane. Right. But it wasn't because of the H cost. That was not it. All right. So here is what happened. So Lord Balfour sent a letter to Lord Rothschild saying, hey, listen, right, they were already there, Blue Honey Pot. Yep. So Lord Balfour sent this letter to Lord Rothschild that said, listen, I'm pleased to let you know that I'm pleased to let you know that we have considered your aspirations, the things that you all would like to do, and we agree with them. We are agreeable to the things that you would like to do. So can you let the Zionist Federation know, right? Right. And Uganda and Argentina were also potential locations. They shopped around. Just so y'all know, they shopped around. They did shop around. Dad is not a noun. You are correct. They did shop around. Okay. And they wasn't having it for Uganda and Argentina. But they came back and said, listen, we agree. This is something that you can do. And they said, we will, and I want to read it to you. So give me 1 second so I can read it to you. Da da da. Yes, and it is the cause of the. But give me a second, folk. Oops. I typed the wrong thing. All right. So let me read it to you real quick. It says, Dear Lord Rothschild, and it is dated November the 2nd, 1917. And it says, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspiration, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. Now, I just want to tell you that Jewish Zionist is capitalized in this letter. The H cost hadn't happened, Daniel. The H cost had not happened. This is 1917 we're talking about, okay? And he says, His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Okay? I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the, and in all caps, Zionist Federation. So if you don't know that there's actually a Zionist Federation, there is. If you don't know there's actually a Congress for the Zionist Federation that exists today, there is. Like it's a whole ass entity in and of itself. Okay? So, what's the problem? What is the problem with this letter coming from the Brits to the Jewish Zionist Federation saying you can create a state in Palestine? What's the problem with this? Feel free to participate. It's not just that Palestinians were excluded. What's the problem with the British government saying it wasn't theirs? That's the problem. The problem is Palestine did not belong to the British to give away. It didn't belong to you. Now, we can get into a whole conversation about colonization, Western societies thinking they have the right to determine what happens in brown countries that don't belong to them, but that's a whole nother live. That's a whole nother live. But I've said this before, and I'm going to give you this same example again. Okay. That would be like right now, the government of Canada telling me I can have your house. What? Y'all got it? It doesn't belong to Canada to give. Canada can't tell Mexico they can have the United States. Canada doesn't own Mexico or own the United States. I can't give your enemy your house. It doesn't belong to you. Okay? Right. Canada wouldn't do it anyway, but I'm just saying. And listen, I will always love Canada. Y'all gave us Ryan Gosling. Y'all can take Drake's ass back, though. Y'all can take Drake back. We're going to keep Ryan Gosling, but you can take Drake back. Okay, fuck Drake. Oh, good Lord. Sorry. I'm just saying, Gray Man's one of my favorites. But okay, so listen, side note. Do y'all want to know when I fell in love with Ryan Gosling? I'm going to take y'all back. What's up, Jessica Simone? A minor. Okay, wait. But let me tell you, do y'all want to know when I fell in love with Ryan Gosling? Nope, not The Notebook. Nope, not The Notebook. Hey, Geraldine, I missed your face too. Good to see you. Hala was in here last week. Yeah, you got it, Ramona. Remember the Titans. So do you all remember the Titans when they're in the locker room and they are singing and Ryan Gosling does the shimmy with his shoulders. I said, woo! I said, that boy is down with the swirl. That's what I said back then. I said, that boy is down with the swirl. I'm just saying. Yeah, he did a little shimmy with his shoulders, and I said, oh, shit, look at now. And you see who he's married to. But I'm not lying. I'm just saying. Just saying. Remember the Titans, Rylene. I'm just saying. Yep, he is sunshine. Okay, so we're back. Let's go back. Now we're back. We're back in 1917 when the Brits are telling the Zionist Federation that they can now set up a Jewish nation in Palestine. That when they don't, oh, he's married to Eva Mendes. Yes, Nan, I have. Yeah, he's married to Eva Mendes. Yeah. Okay, so fast forward. So this right here, I talked to you guys about eucalyptus, right? And Yucca, yeah, she looked good, Jessica. So listen, he shared this document with me, and this was one of the second parts of the lesson. So the first lesson that learning about Palestine taught me is that not taught me, but reinforced. This part is reinforced. The colonial mindset, the colonizing mindset, this idea that they believe they have the right to determine the lives of Black and brown people, especially without their consent. And they're doing it again right now. Y'all, they're doing it again right now. This idea that they can put together a 20-point peace plan for Palestine without Palestinians being able to have a say in their future is absolutely wild. Right, Geraldine, it's a whole other level of entitlement, right? And I wish that people could sit back for a second and think about this. They said at the UN and passed a whole peace plan telling Palestine what's in its best interest, as if they are children, or as if they are somehow subordinate to them. The word that I would use is the caucasity of it all is amazing to me. Right? The caucasity of it all is incredible to me. And if that offends you, you're not being real about it. You're not being real about it, because if you were, you don't see them doing that shit with Ukraine right now, do you? Come on, let's compare the two. Let's compare the two. Europe got right behind it and said, you don't see them doing the same thing. So I want to share with you all this second lesson. And I don't know that I would say it's a lesson, but just, you know how you know something, but it's not like it's like crystal clear. Kevin, they are, but they're not, because they backtracked on it. They backtracked on it, Kevin. They tried, but they didn't just implement it. Ukraine is at the table. So don't get me wrong. Yes, Russia wrote the peace plan, that 28-point peace plan. Russia wrote it and we carried it on their behalf, but Zelensky is damn sure at the table. Tell me Palestine was at the table. No, they weren't. I'll tell you what's not going to happen. What's not going to happen is the UN pass something about a peace, a board of peace, and put them over Ukraine. Nobody's going to do that. Tell me that the United States and everybody at the UN is going to put together an international board of peace and take over fucking Ukraine. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. But that's exactly what they did to Palestine. And that is the difference between those two things. They are not the same. They might have similarities, but they are in no way, shape, or form the same thing. Right, Warner. And we're damn sure not arming Russia, are we? The United States isn't arming Russia, supplying them with everything they need. When's the last time members of Congress flew over to Russia? Name for me a single political PAC that is lobbying on behalf of Russia in the United States of America and that isn't registered as a foreign lobby. Alaikum salam, Wasef. They are different things. They are not the same. They may have similarities, but they are not the same thing. There is no international board of peace going to take over Ukraine. This is Mohammed Ibrahim. He is an American Palestinian that has been locked in a Israeli prison for 10 months now. And he's 16 years old. I'm going to share with you all something that people really need to understand. What I learned about not just the United States of America, but every single one of the allied powers, everybody, all of the countries that are part of the UN, especially the countries with veto power. Right. He turned 16 years old while in a torture dungeon. 100%. So, no, his parents have not been given access to him, Cam. And the State Department busy lying, talking about we're doing everything we can. No, the fuck you're not. How many times Donald Trump has been to, let me just say this, you all, the president of the United States was standing in Israel bragging about how well Israel used all of the weapons we gave it on Palestine, while one of our citizens, a child, a minor, was sitting in their torture dungeon. Your members of Congress have been flying over there, kissing the wall, pledging allegiance to Israel, while a citizen, a minor, a child of this country is in a torture dungeon, and he's not doing well. He's lost ridiculous amounts of weight. He is not doing well. Am I blaming Israel for Palestinians holding hostages? Tyler, did you hear me say that? Are you listening to, well, first, are you listening at all? Are you listening at all? Or are you just chatting? What you doing? Throwing rocks at a car, Robin. Rob Lee. His crime is throwing rocks. Tyler, where are you at? I invited you to come on up here to the panel. I bet you won't, but I did invite you up. So feel free. Although I doubt you will. So here's the second part of this that is right, Mr. Barrios. Yeah, Kevin, they're always at work. They're either at work or feeding babies or driving. They can always text when they're driving, but they can't talk. So I want to tell you about this document right here, because this is when you will actually understand that the government in our countries don't give a damn as long as they can still get what they want. So listen to what I'm about to tell you. Okay, you ready? Thanks, Carol. All right, you ready? Here we go. So this document was a secret document that was just declassified in 2018. You can find this document in my link tree and on the archive of the State Department's website at the Office of the Historian. Okay. This document is a draft memorandum by the director of the Office of United Nations Affairs, whose name was Rusk at the time, to the Undersecretary of State, whose name is Levitt. All right. It is dated May the 4th, 1948. Now, in between 1917 and this document in 1948, the UN was established. You all know that, right? So if we look at so when the United Nations was formed, I believe it is Article 22. Hold on a second. Yeah. So at the United Nations Charter, when you go to Article 22, this is when the UN decided that Britain could have Palestine. And thanks, Carla. Give me 1 second, folks. All right, here we go. And here's what it says. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Am I at the right article? Nope, I'm not. I'm at the wrong one. Somebody tell me. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. I hadn't planned on doing all of this. Damn. Sorry, y'all. I missed the gift because my screen thing was still up. Sorry, y'all. What's up, the one and only? All right. So, anyway, it was when they gave the British mandate. So basically, I'm just going to summarize it. What they said was that because Palestine didn't have the ability to manage itself in the modern world by whatever fucking standard was theirs, then Britain was supposed to be like the big brother to Palestine, to hold its hand, to walk beside it, to help it set up the infrastructure and what it would need as a country. Salami money. That was the whole deal. Now, the crazy thing is that the British knew they had already given away part of Palestine. Can you imagine having the absolute caucasity to say to people, we're going to be your big brother. We're going to help you develop a country, an infrastructure, everything that you need, knowing good and damn well you already gave part of their land away to somebody else. That's what they did. Yep, that's what they did. Just dirty. It's just dirty, people. Right? So, fast forward. We're at this place where the British have been in Palestine for what, right, SB, that part. We are, which reminds me, they just dismissed the Comey and James indictment. Love that. Which, by the way, the Pentagon is now going to investigate Kelly from Arizona, Senator Kelly, for his comments to the military about disobeying an illegal order. And they're going to fuck around and find out because he ain't playing. But whatever, man. Y'all play crazy if you want to. But anyway, hold on. Yeah, I ain't even worried about them. They're going to run up at a Kelly and find out the hard way. Okay, so listen. So here we are. We are now in 1948. Okay. And the subject of this document is May 4th, 1948. Okay. The subject is future course of events in Palestine. And here's what it says. It says the refusal of the Jewish Agency last night to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations in Palestine on the grounds that they could not accept the quote-unquote moral obligation to undertake such conversations rather clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms. The British had already told the Zionist Federation they could establish a home for the Jews in Palestine. They told them that in 1917, right? So here we are. The British mandate has been there. Palestine, the British have been there all this time, right? And now they've established this state of Israel, but they want, which that's exactly what somebody else just said. Comey and James's case is dismissed. But follow me, y'all. Now we're at this place, and I'm going to come back to Jamie and to James and Comey in just a second. But so we're at this place now where it's time for the British to pull out. The British are set to leave on May 15th. And so what the British are saying is, hey, let's get a truce going. Before we leave, before we withdraw our troops, let's get a truce between the Jewish nation of Israel that we just established, right? And the Palestinians who have always been here. And now they're saying, oh shit, we're jacked because the Jewish agency, right, that we made up, the Jewish agency is saying, no, they don't want a truce. Yep, Chef Ryan, we just said that, right? And so let me tell you what they go on to say, folks, just so you all know. They go on to say, while it is possible that Arab acceptance of our proposal might place the Jewish agency in such a position via public opinion that would have to go through the motions of looking for a truce, it seems clear that in light of the Jewish military superiority, thanks to the United States and to Britain, which now obtains in Palestine, the Jewish Agency will prefer to round out its state after May 15th and rely on its armed strength to defend that state from Arab counterattack. So I want you all to understand that this is exactly what Israel is doing today. This fake ass ceasefire isn't real. That's why they are still unaliving Palestinians every damn day. Every day since October 10th. It's the same playbook. Like public opinion made them act like they were looking for a truce, but they're not. And they are continuing to round out their state by force and superior military ammunition that we provide. And to me, every single person should be talking about this, not just because it's a G side and G sides are wrong, but because we are making it happen. And we must be responsible for our country, for our members of Congress, for our president. That is why you should be talking about it. So listen to what it says. And I'm just going to read this part to you because we got on this when I was saying lessons that I've learned. Okay. He says military operations after May 15th will probably be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance, and listen to this, you guys, of the Jewish terrorist organizations, Ergen and Stern. So I want you all to understand that the IDF today is made up of the Haganah and the Ergen and Stern. They all became part of the same military for Israel. We knew that the military was going to be done by Jewish terrorist organizations and the Haganah. And we knew it May 4th, 1948, if not before then. And then it says, copies of Consul General Wasson's excellence reports, because he sent a report in a telegram, and they are attached to this document, right? And he says, they provide an estimate of the British general officer commanding as to the probable course, like what is likely going to happen after we leave May 15th. And he says, if these predictions come true, we shall find ourselves at the UN confronted by a very anomalous situation. The Jews, and in this case, when they refer to the Jews, they mean the state of Israel, will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. And by the Arabs, they mean Palestine. And he says, however, the Jews will claim, or Israel will claim, that they are merely defending the boundaries of a state that were traced by the UN and approved, at least in principle, by 2/3 of the UN membership. So what do you hear damn near every member of Congress say? Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to defend itself. Where the fuck did that come from? It came from this. It came from Hasbara. That's their propaganda machine. Oh, we're just defending ourselves. Because they didn't want a truce? So listen to what he says. The question which will confront the Security Council in scarcely 10 days' time will be whether Jewish armed attack on Arab communities, or in other words, whether Israel armed attack on Palestine is legitimate, or whether it constitutes such a threat to international peace and security as to call for coercive measures by the Security Council. So listen to what he said. They only give a damn if it will threaten international peace. Will the rest of the Arab nations rise up? Will the UN? Will America? Will the Brits? Will it jeopardize their ability to get resources in that region? Will they be able to still get to the oil? Will they be able to do any of those things? And they said, listen, is it going to be a threat to international peace? So much so that we will have to do something. And then he says this: the situation may be made more difficult and less clear cut if, as is probable, Arab armies from outside Palestine cross the frontier to aid their brethren who will be the objects of Israeli attack. In the event of such Arab outside aid, the Israelis will come running to the UN with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression and will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Palestinians which is the cause of the counterattack. Do y'all understand that that is what is happening today? Every moment since this day, I need you all to hear me. Every moment since this day, anything that Palestinians have done has been in their defense. It doesn't matter if they defended once and then they don't defend for 5 years. It doesn't matter. Every moment since this time, whatever Palestinians have done, it has been in their own defense, because Israel said, no, thank you. We are our state by force. We are going to use our arms to do it. And we're going to tell everybody else that, oh, woe is us. People are attacking us, when in fact, it was our armed aggression that made them attack us. Now listen to this part. There will be a decided effort, given this eventuality, that the United States will be called upon by elements inside this country to support Security Council action against the Arab states. To take such action would seem to me to be morally indefensible. What we are doing to aid Israel is morally indefensible. And we knew that in 1948. There is no defense. There is no justification by the international court, Christine, but the United States of America doesn't participate in the international court. We do not participate in the International Criminal Court. The United States of America does not participate in the ICC. I want you all to really understand this. The powers that be, including the United States of America, we decided in 1948 that if Israel could get away with unaliving Palestinians and the other Arab nations around it didn't get involved, and we could still access the resources we wanted, it wouldn't become a full-fledged thing. We didn't give a shit. What does that say about our governments? What does that say about the people in charge? What does that say that we determined that an entire country was dispensable? They could be collateral damage as long as we could still get what we wanted to do, what we needed, what we wanted. And let me just say something for people who go, well, that was back then. No, that is today. We are doing the same thing today. We are the same. We are the same. And that is why they spend the millions of dollars they do on our people in Congress. Good morning, Wadme. And I want to say this when people say, oh, so you support Hamas. I support the liberation of Palestine. I do not support anyone taking innocent life. I also know that Hamas hasn't taken nearly the level of innocent life that Israel has. And I also know that Israel takes their own people's lives if they think they're going to be captured by Hamas. I know that to be true. So for me, it's not a case of, do I support a terrorist organization? My country engages in terrorist acts all day. ICE is in the streets of America committing terrorist acts every day. Do y'all know how many immigrants have unalived in ICE's custody this year? It's double digits. Yes, and yes, Bibi used to fund Hamas. Absolutely, he did. Yes, he did. Bibi Netanyahu used to fund the H organization 100%. That's a fact. You know what's so crazy to me? Things that, yeah, Disney girl, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's a fact too. Hold on. Let me give you Netanyahu funded Hamas. Yeah. So let me I'll share just a little bit with you. So, so Benjamin Netanyahu for years approved and encouraged the transfer of Qatari funds into the Gaza Strip, and funded the H organization. Yeah. It was a divide and rule strategy that they had at the time. Yeah. So let me kind of give you a little bit of the deal. According to numerous reports and statements from Israeli officials, the central idea behind this policy was a quote unquote divide and rule strategy by allowing the H organization to govern and receive funds in Gaza and weakening the rival Fatah controlled Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. Then Netanyahu could argue that there was no unified Palestinian partner for peace negotiations, thereby thwarting the establishment of a Palestinian state. He stated this intent in 2019 at a Likud party meeting saying, quote, Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering the H organization and transferring money to them. He said it out of his own mouth. He is sinister, Disney girl. Do you all remember? It was one of our members of Congress, and this is an intelligence member of Congress, and I read the report about how we destabilized Venezuela and other countries. Do y'all remember that? Listen, the United States of America funds T organizations all the time. ICE being one of them. Just saying. It's just fact, people. There is an election in less than a year. Let me tell you all something. Can I tell y'all something? The entire world is facing one of the greatest shifts in power in the next 12 months. And here's what I mean by that. Not only is the United States of America having our midterms in less than a year, Israel is also having their election in less than a year. And the people of Israel don't really like Bibi. Can you imagine if Bibi is no longer the PM in Israel and the GOP is no longer controlling our Congress? Yeah, Sammy said March 2026. So, can I get Cam or Lisa to come and do a mod announcement while I take care of my bladder, and then I'm going to do two things. I am going to open up my panel from my friends between the river to the sea. And then I am going to continue talking about the rest of these things as well. Okay. And there was something else I was going to say. Jesus. Because there's a lot for me to still talk about. I don't have a hard stop. For those of you all who don't know, this is when I'm going to need you. Have I ever been threatened? Yes. And he's now a convicted felon. Yeah, I've been threatened. His ass is now a convicted felon. So I'm going to let Stacy do my mod announcement, and then I will be right back. Okay. Give me 1 second, folks. Go ahead, sis.
Hi, everyone. Hope everybody's having a good day. Just want to do a quick mod announcement for our sister Dani. If you have not done your daily heart me, please do that. Also, tapping is clapping and sharing is caring, and it's all free. Hello, everyone. Dani has a few rules in her room to keep everything going and flowing in a nice, respectful way. First, be respectful. Do not use any slurs. Do not use all caps. It is reserved for mods and those who have vision impairment. And what's the fourth one, guys? There's four, and reliably, I only remember three. It's no caps, no all caps, no slurs. Be respectful. Oh, and don't spam the comments. That's right. Don't spam the comments. So, if you please continue to share the live, we have 463. It's been on, I think, just over an hour and a half now, maybe 2 hours. Spamming means putting the same comment over and over and over again. If you want to say Trump's my daddy, have at it. Just don't say it 19 times. Okay? So please continue to share the live out. Even if you don't share it actually to people, if you just click on the link that helps the algorithm as well. And it also, but just make sure you don't spam that as well. I've heard that that can have some detrimental effects to the live too. So just share it, tap, clap, do all the things, and continue to meet the goals as we can. If anyone is in a position that they really can't do that financially, Dani always says and always believes, and we do too, that your intention is honored. So
100%. Appreciate you, Stacey D. Thank you, sis.
Welcome. Hey, before I go, I just wanted to mention, I don't know if you saw my comment, and we don't have to do it right now, but I would love to talk about, especially since we go on to Thanksgiving dinners, gratitude dinners, the religious aspect of Israel. The position taken by the Christian nationalists who are like, it's their land. They're the chosen one.
Yeah. No, but they're, yeah.
That whole narrative that is not correct. Not biblical and not,
Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
100%.
Love you, sis.
Yeah, love you too, sis. So Robin D, anybody that wants to join the Discord, it's simple. If you go to my link tree, at the very top of my link tree, there's like a little remote controller. That's what it looks like. That little remote controller is the link to the Discord. You can either click it or you can copy and paste it, and then you will join the Discord. That's it. Okay. And so I want to just round out this part of this conversation real quick, okay? So that everybody hears what I'm saying about this. What all of this is teaching me is that many of the people that I thought were the good guys are not the good guys. The UN, not the good guys. In many, many ways, in many instances, in many circumstances, they are not the good guys. They are compromised. They're not. You know, in this country, we've always been taught that it's other countries that are kept from hearing the truth. No, it's us. It's us. Our government has kept the American people from learning the truth. It's our textbooks that have been written in such a way to keep people from knowing the truth. It's our media that is controlling the narrative so that we don't understand exactly what the rest of the world understands. We think it's other countries. No, it's us. And that's the thing that I really like sitting with that was, let me just tell you guys, that's why it's difficult for people to accept that, to have that reckoning means you are challenging a lot of your core values and beliefs, right? When you examine not Christianity, because Christianity means to be Christ-like, right? And I think that if people were walking around behaving and carrying out the values of Jesus Christ, no one would have a problem with Christianity, right? But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. People are using Christianity as an excuse to unalive people, to take land, to lock people up, to do all of these horrible things. You really have to kind of sit back with that. Like, seriously. This is what makes this so challenging, people, is because you have to sit back and be willing to confront your core values and the foundation of the things that make you who you are. Christianity in and of itself is not the problem. It's the people who profess to be Christians. Christianity has been used to cause as much, if not more, harm than any other religion in the world. People have used Christianity to commit terrorism on in so many ways, on so many levels, in so many lands. And coming to grips with that is crazy. So, see, Kelsey, I don't agree that religion is perfect. I don't agree that religion is perfect because religion, in and of itself, is man made. I believe that spiritualism and just the root of it all, which is do unto others as you would have others do unto you, that is perfect. But religion, in and of itself, is man made. And if it is made by us, then it is not perfect because we are not. And that just is what it is. It's so funny because, people will say, well, this, it's just the infallible word of God and it's this and it's that. And let me just say this, right? When people say there's only one God, I often chuckle because even God said there are other gods, right? In the Bible, what does he say? He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Well, if there aren't other gods, then how could they be used before him? He literally says, the book literally says, thou shalt have no other gods before me, meaning there are other gods. Right? But people, there's only one God. No, not true. Not true. Do you want to know why they knew that there were other gods? Because those other gods existed before Christianity did. Christianity was built on the back of paganism. It's why Christian holidays are on the same days as pagan holidays, because it made the transition to Christianity easier. And I know some of y'all are like, blasphemy. No, just fact. Look it up. Just saying. So I think that, yeah. And I don't have any issue with whatever religion you practice. I have an issue if you weaponize your religion against other people. That's what I have an issue with. If you weaponize your religion against other people, then I have an issue. And this idea that you believe that there is a God that would okay the ethnic cleansing and unaliving of an entire people for land is crazy to me. If you believe in a God that says it's okay for this group of people to unalive this entire other group of people in order to build a temple, I don't like, yeah, that's not a God that I want. No, I don't have an issue with Islam, Dave. No, I don't. I think you just heard me say I don't have an issue with Christianity either. I have an issue when those things are weaponized. So I'm not sure what part of that you didn't get clearly, Dave. But I'm happy to talk about it. I sent you an invitation to join the panel, Dave. You got like 10,000 followers. You should be able to do that. You'll request in 5 minutes. Okay. What's up, Tech Lady? Welcome back. So really quickly, while we wait on Dave, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I mean, people are usually indisposed whenever they comment, and I give an invitation. Miraculously, people are indisposed. They're not so indisposed that they can't comment, but they're too indisposed to be able to join the panel. Like that's usually the case, Dave. Um, so really quickly, what I want to do real quick is kind of go over um, the headlines that we've all been hearing about here lately, really quickly. So yeah, so let me just say this. So let me see if I can find this. Okay, so I am looking for the actual order. Let me see if I can find the entire thing. All right, so let me give it to you. So the federal judge on Monday dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, and concluding that the prosecutor who brought the charges at President Donald Trump's urging was illegally appointed by the Justice Department. The rulings from U.S. District Court Judge Cameron McGowan Curry halt, at least for now, a pair of prosecutions that had hastened concerns that the Justice Department was being weaponized to pursue the president's political adversaries, and amount to a stunning rebuke of the Trump administration's legal maneuvering to install a loyal, inexperienced prosecutor willing to file the cases. The orders make Lindsay Halligan the latest Trump administration prosecutor to be disqualified because of the manner in which they were appointed. Both defendants had asked for the cases to be dismissed with prejudice, but the judge instead dismissed them without prejudice. Now, that part is just annoying to me because it leaves the door open, and this company will do that. This country will do that. Dave, don't chat again because you're supposed to be indisposed. So, Dave, if you can't join the panel, you can't chat. Okay? There you go. Love that. Appreciate it. All right, Dave.
When I said indisposed, I was in the bathroom. That's why I was indisposed.
Okay, gotcha.
I know we've never spoken, but I am never at a loss for words, and I never run away from a conversation.
Right. So, what is your problem with Islam? And why do you think that I have a problem with Islam? What did I say?
You said that you don't like religions getting weaponized in order to subjugate other people. Of the three Abrahamic religions, the only one that is currently practiced that actually advocates for that is Islam. I am a troll. I am not a troll, I promise. But that's the only one.
Well, Dave, okay, so let me be clear. Islam doesn't advocate for that.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look for a second, because I believe it does.
I mean, you can believe it if you want to, but it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. So have you ever heard of the jizya?
Make your point.
Have you ever heard? I mean, I look, Dani, you have 320 people here. I'm not saying you're anything but intelligent, but I don't know your level of knowledge.
I'm aware.
Have you ever heard of it?
Okay. I'm aware that you don't, but what I'm saying is just say what you want to say.
The jizya is something that was that was used in Islam up until the 20th century. I'm not sure if it's used today because there are very few people left who are not Muslims who live in Islamic countries. But it was basically a tax that was imposed on non-Muslims living in those countries because they were non-Muslims and for no other reasons. This is something that actually happened. That happened for hundreds of years.
But
the Islamic conquest. Hold on. The Islamic conquest. How does a religion that starts in Saudi Arabia now involve 55? Now you have 55 countries on 4 continents that are actually Muslim, not just Muslim majority, but Muslim countries in the way that their governments are organized. How does that happen?
So, Dave, I think the first thing that you said was that Islam is the only country today that calls for it to be used to subjugate and whatever, right? That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
But what you just described to me is something that you just said yourself isn't being practiced today.
Really?
Yeah, you just said up until the 20th century.
No,
you did say
yeah. The 20th century wasn't that long ago. It was only 25 years ago.
But it's not today.
Not today?
But it's not today.
Then do yourself a favor. Take a look at what's happening in Sudan today.
I'm aware of what's happening in Sudan.
I know. And you do realize that is happening because Muslims are trying to take over the entirety of the country, and they are trying to...
Do you mean like Israel is trying to do to Palestine?
See, here's the fun part. I knew you were going to go there because I see you got a little caricature of Netanyahu up there. So was there a reason why the Israeli army started their campaign against Gaza, or did that just happen out of whole cloth? I am neither Christian nor a jihadist. Now, is there a reason? Was there something that happened that forced Israel, or that gave them a reason to deal with Gaza the way they're dealing with them right now? I mean,
no, there's not. I mean, if you want to go all the way back, you can go back to May 4th. Dave, do me a favor, stop for just a moment, please. For just a second, Dave. But Dave, what I would like for you to do, because you keep interrupting me every single time I go to say something, you speak over me. So please don't do that. Okay. And we can have the discussion, but I literally just finished, and I don't know, how long have you been in my live, Dave, today?
Not today, not very long.
Okay, then you missed it because I literally went all the way through the history of how we got where we are today, like all the way back to 1917, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
all the
right.
way back. And so like that's where we are today, right? And we know that. So the reality is that Israel chose to take, actually, when I say Israel, you have to go all the way back to the Jewish Federation, period.
The Jewish Federation. There was no
the
Jewish Federation.
The Jewish Zionist Federation, which
You're
was
talking
outlined.
You're talking about the Zionist Congress is what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about the Zionist Congress. Jesus Christ. If you will just listen, Dave, go to the Balfour Declaration.
The Balfour Declaration.
Correct.
Not the Jewish something. The Balfour Declaration. Okay, got it.
Read the Balfour Declaration. It literally talks about the Jewish Federation.
Okay, what's your point?
Exactly what I just said.
Balfour Declaration.
Yes. So the Balfour Declaration, the Balfour Declaration is the declaration in which Lord Balfour tells Lord Rothschild that the British agree with their aspirations and that they can set up a Jewish state in Palestine. And he tells Lord Rothschild to please go tell the Zionist Federation that they can do that in 1917 when Palestine was still part of the Ottoman Empire.
Now, there's no such... Sorry, I got a call. There was no such thing as the Jewish, whatever it was. It was the World Zionist Congress.
No, I know what the World Zionist Congress is. Okay. I will read to you. Hold on. Dear Lord Rothschild, November 2nd, 1917. I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish, Zionist, in all caps, which means it's a proper noun, aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I shall be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the, all in caps again, Zionist Federation, which would make it a proper noun.
Except that there was no such thing as a Zionist Federation.
Except there was, Dave.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you are telling me that what I'm saying is incorrect, and I'm literally reading the document to you.
I know. I'm reading along with you.
Great.
My point being, what is your point? Yes, this was one lord in at that point the UK sending a letter to another lord in the UK over something that they could not do at the time, 1917. The Brits did not get control over that region until 1919 after.
I'm aware. When the UN said it. Now here's what they planned.
Not the UN, the League of Nations.
Yeah,
Now,
which became the UN. Did the League of Nations become the UN, Dave?
No, actually it wasn't. The League of Nations was dissolved because it was useless. It was then a different organization.
Oh, but no, you just said it was reconstituted, right?
No,
okay.
I didn't say it. I misspoke. It was dissolved, and then a different organization was created after World War II. But what is your point?
What do you mean? I just told you.
What is your point?
I just told you, Dave. You asked me.
One lord to another.
You asked me. You asked me very simply, Dave. Was there a reason, right, for Israel to do these things to Palestine? And my what I'm telling you quite clearly is no. That's what I'm telling you is Israel. Israel's only reason is because they want to take that region, all of that land, in order to reestablish, in order to tear down the existing temple, the mosque, and rebuild a temple. That's what they want.
Lady, if they wanted
Don't call me lady. My name is Dani. Don't call me lady.
Dani, listen. If they wanted to do that, they could have done it a million times. They could have done it. In fact, they stopped one of the few Jewish terrorists that actually really existed was a guy, I forget his name, who wanted to blow up the big golden nipple. And do you know what the Israeli authorities did? They stopped it.
And what I'm telling you, well, you can think whatever you would like to think.
I know this to be
I mean, I know exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu said he wants in terms of his greater Israel. So what is your point?
My point is you are just so absolutely subsumed with this pro-Pally propaganda that you believe everything these idiots tell you.
And it's amazing. And so what's crazy to me is you, by your own admission, haven't been in my life long enough to know what the fuck I've said, but you seem to think you know everything about me, and you don't.
I don't know everything.
Well, you surely don't know anything about pro-Pally and what I might think, right? So assumptions make an ass out of people, Dave, and apparently you.
You're parroting.
No, I'm not parenting anything. I know how to read the damn documents, Dave.
Dave is rude. Dave is very rude. You're right, Truth Seeker.
Well,
you know how to read the damn documents. You read a document, the Balfour Declaration.
No, I've read multiple documents, Dave.
Okay, what else?
Dave, I don't have to tell you every document that I've read. What is it, Dave? What is your point?
Have you ever read?
Dave, we got here. Dave,
Constitution?
You got here because you said you have a problem with Islam. And then you made a claim about Islam that isn't accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So what else, Dave?
So my claim is not accurate. My
Correct.
claim that Muslims are trying to take over whole ass countries is not accurate. Again,
correct. That's not accurate.
Look at Sudan. Look at Somalia. Let me know.
Again, not accurate.
Eritrea, not accurate.
Not accurate. Muslims are not trying to
Right,
take over the world.
Right. It's a
I
religion
believe
of peace,
Christianity. I mean, I think Christians have like the whole Great Commission.
right? I'm not Christian nor Muslim, so
Well,
it
I'm
doesn't
just
matter
saying, when
to
you
me.
talk about who's got a commission to go convert everybody, it ain't Muslims.
Which Christians have a commission to convert
The
people? I
Great
know they do, and
Commission.
it's annoying
Read the
as hell.
Bible.
Which commission?
Read the Bible. It's called the Great Commission, Dave.
The Great Commission?
Yeah, Dave.
What is? I gotta look this up because this is wild. The Great Commission. I gotta see the Great Commission. Jesus' final instructions to his father. I see. Okay, no, I've never heard of this. It's been a while since I read the Bible, and I've never heard of this. But that's fascinating. Do you think they still practice this?
I know they do.
Trying to convert people by the sword.
I do. They call them mission trips.
And do they bring swords and guns on these mission trips?
I haven't been on a mission trip,
curious.
Dave. But I mean, I'll tell you this. Here's what I know. There are members of Congress that have Christian appeal to heaven flags outside their offices, like Mike Johnson, right? There are members of Congress, right, that absolutely intend to make this a Christian nation. Do you hear Muslim Americans trying to make this a Muslim nation?
Yes, actually.
Tell me where.
Multiple imams, both in the UK and here, have stated in their mosques that they want to turn this nation Muslim. They want to turn the entire world Muslim.
Dave.
What?
Dave. What mosque have you been in, Dave?
I have not been in a mosque. I haven't been.
So you've heard the imam say what? Tell me what mosque you were in, Dave.
Hold on. Okay, hold on a minute. You know, I do like to bring facts.
I mean, I'm still waiting for you to bring me one.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. Where is it? Here it is. Here we go. Ah, what the hell? Open Facebook. Hold on. Oh, here we go. You mind if I turn on some volume?
Destroy that.
Oh, but Dave, I don't do random Facebook videos. I don't. And I'll tell you why I don't. Listen, but listen, this is across Dave.
I'm gonna bring you what you want
Dave,
to say, but you don't want
Dave, no, Dave.
What?
Listen,
Dani,
listen.
Dani.
Yeah, that's your name. That's why I'm calling you by your name. So listen, what I don't do YouTube videos. I don't do Facebook videos. I don't do any of those things, right? And the reason why I don't is because anybody that knows anything about social media and videos today, any of that stuff can be anything. It's not a reliable source. What I am telling you is Christianity, excuse me, I'm like literally the Bible, the one that I just gave you, like clearly, here's what happened. I said to you, Christianity is based on the Great Commission, right? The last instruction from Jesus is go out and make disciples of all the nations, right? That is a clear instruction by Christianity in the Bible that tells them to go out and make everybody Christians, right? So what you claimed Islam does, I was able to clearly, quickly, concisely refer you to the book in which Christianity is based on that says to go make everybody Christian. I didn't pull up Facebook, Dave. I told you go to the Bible. Because that is the book that Christianity is based off of.
That's fantastic.
Right. It's called a fact, Dave.
Are they trying?
It's called, Dave. It's called a fact. It's called a fact. No, you don't like the fact, Dave. You don't like the fact.
It's in the Bible.
I gave you the fact.
No, I asked you whether there's
yeah, we saw it, Hawaiian.
that is currently trying to subjugate people by the sword.
No, you didn't say anything about subjugate people by the sword. No, you didn't. And it's still not true. And it's still not true. My brain is connected just fine, Dave. My brain is connected just fine. Yours appears not to be, but here's the thing. Yeah, no, I had a call. So here's the thing, Dave. Okay. My brain works just fine because I was able to give you fact. What you claimed Islam is doing is exactly what Christianity is doing. And here's the thing: when we talk about subjugation by the sword, all right, that's such a ridiculous phrase because we live in a day and time now where you can subjugate people without touching a sword, right? You can use laws to do that. In the case of Israel, you can use bombs to do that. You can use, in the case of Israel, you can use the withholding of food to do that, right? There's a lot of ways in which you can subjugate an entire group of people or an entire country, right? So when we want to talk about what happens, so again, you mean the Taliban that Donald Trump took to Camp David?
No.
You mean them?
No, dummy. Yes,
you mean
them.
oh no,
The
don't call me. Hey, listen,
Afghanistan.
hold on. Listen, what you won't do is call me dummy. That's what you won't do. That's why your ass is on mute right now, talking to yourself. Right? Because you won't do that, Dave. Be a grown man. Be an adult. Be an adult.
I'm waiting to have a conversation.
Well, I'm having a conversation. I'm still waiting for you to bring me a fucking fact.
Okay.
But instead, you want to call me lady and insult me. See, do you know what the difference between you and I, Dave? Here's the difference between you and I, Dave, is I haven't had to insult you. I haven't had to call you a name. I haven't had to do any of that. And I've still been able to prove you wrong on everything you've said.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to quote from the Quran. Okay. And there are several different passages.
Please don't make me. I already pointed you to the Bible once. No, okay, listen. No, I can talk to you. I can talk to you about everything the Bible tells you to do. I already told you, Dave. I can point to you any little verse in the Bible. That's what I thought. See how that works, people? When you don't let them act like impetulant children, they run. But do you know, what did you hear Dave say? I never run away from a conversation. I'm never at a loss for words. Well, it looks like you are today, Dave. It looks like you are today, Dave. First time for everything. First time for everything. First time for everything, Dave. Try again tomorrow. Ridiculous assness. The craziest thing ever. Petulant man-child. Folks, this is the thing that is crazy. If you come to me and you say dumb shit, like Muslims are trying to take over the word, first, miss me with your Islamophobia bullshit. Miss me with it all day long because I'm not here for it. And until you talk to me about the horrid things, including chattel slavery in the United States of America, done in the name of Christianity, I don't want to hear shit. And for the record, Jesus was a Palestinian. So, oh, yes, Tina, he left on his own. I think Dave thought the harder he typed, that would make facts come out. Like he was typing hella hard, trying to find, and still couldn't find the right fucking answer. I cannot. Anyway, right. The fact that he went to Facebook for the facts was like it for me. Like, really? That's what we doing now? Yeah, he never runs. That's what he said. That hard, Leo. Okay. Um, I'm just saying, crazy, 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 crazy. Here's the difference, folks, right? I can actually pull up historical documents to show you exactly what I'm telling you is true, right? If you were going to talk to me about religion and tell me that Islam is the only one of the Abrahamic faiths that practices taking over the world and making them one religion, and you don't know the Great Commission, you are not qualified to have this conversation with me in any way, shape, or form. Like, if you're going to talk to me about the Abrahamic faiths, I'm going to need you to know the Great Commission in Christianity. Salam, Abu Saraj.
Assalamu alaikum, Dani. How are you, my friend?
I am good, friend. How are you? Yeah. So listen, for the person who said in the comments, "Oh,
Alhamdulillah, I'm good."
he's got a delay." For the person in the comments who said all Abrahamic faiths are toxic, no, only the people are. People are. Folks, listen, I said this at the beginning of this live, and I'm going to say it again before I talk to Abu Saraj. It is not the religion or the book that is the problem. It is the person reading it and what they choose to do with it. Somebody earlier said, well, it's a blueprint for bad things. No, it's not. Listen, it can't be a blueprint if it's not within me, right? I can read the Bible, I can read the Quran, I can read whatever book it is. And if the desire to do horrible things is not in me, right, then I'm not going to do horrible things. It doesn't matter what the book says. It doesn't matter, people. And so I just really, I started this off by saying today, stop blaming everything and everyone else and take personal responsibility for who you are and what you choose to do in whatever name you choose to do it in. All right. What's up, Abu Saraj?
I don't know if my connection is good now or not. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, friend.
Yeah, but I do have a serious delay. Alhamdulillah, me and my family are okay, Dani.
Good.
But we definitely missed you. I hope you and your family are doing well. And I just want to say hi to all of the Danikins. Hope all of you are doing well, guys.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I am glad that you all are good. What's up, Ro? So guys, if you are with me, yeah, River to the Sea is on, the brothers. That's what we call our time when we give magic beans to our friends that live between the river and the sea. So folks, this is the time that I'm going to provide a little bit of balance to this panel. Okay. And what I do during this time, and I'm going to continue to talk and educate people because TikTok, you see how TikTok's doing the numbers already? TikTok does this whenever folks from around the way get over here. And so I'm going to bring up some of my American friends to hold some space for us. Nope, you have not missed that, Beach Bum Wannabe. And Cheryl, I'm probably going to bring you up and let you sit because you will also be good in you will also be good, Cheryl, when we get into the when we get into the Department of Education conversation. So Val, when you say the Great Commission is to spread the word of Jesus, not in any way to force it, well, let's talk about that. Do you think that it's forcing the Christianity to use laws to put the 10 Commandments in schools? Because I would consider that to be force, right? I would consider that to be force. if it's only your religion that gets to put their books or their laws or their commandments in schools, then that would be force. Just saying. Um, so I mean, it's just really important. So I was supposed to have him one other day, so I wanted to bring him up today because I saw him fairly quickly. Um, where's Cheryl? So guys, we got to talk about the Department of Education as well. And so if you will pay attention, what you will see is every other box has our friends that are that reside between the river and the sea. Okay. So every other box, if you have magic beans and you want to appreciate that, thank you. If you want to give some of them to our friends, that is greatly appreciated. Yeah, those people who do that are not followers of Christ. And so this is my thing, but this is what I keep talking about when I talk about no, Abu Saraj. No, you were supposed to stay exactly where you were. I wanted you here for a reason. So listen, friend, you listen, Abu Saraj, every day you do a live and you host that live and you bring up people from Gaza all the time so that they get help. It is perfectly fine for you to be on this panel and also receive. So you don't need to drop to make room for anybody else. You're going to be right where I want you to be in my space. So it just is something else. I'm just saying. He does a live every day at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every day, and he always brings up other people and tries to get them some magic beans to help their families out. You love my momming? Yeah. Did you like that? I pulled out all my mom, all my mommingness. Um, and yeah, he's gonna sit right there. Hold on, let me see. Yes, I do. Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. I had to handle some family things. Okay, perfect. So I do want to talk about the Department of Education as Angie said she was scared for him. I'm not that bad, folks. I am not that bad. I do, however, so like I absolutely adore Abu Saraj. He just has a good heart and he's good people and and you will oftentimes you'll see him and he'll be gifting other people. Um but he has, his entire family as well, and if I am not mistaken, like he has lost, I want to say 23 members of his family um, to this G side. And it's really important that, he be supported. And like everyone else, he deserves to be supported too. So it's important for him to know that. So it is what it is. And
Assalamu alaikum, Dani.
alaikum salam, Mohammed. Um, So I just wanted to, I'm going to let folks be on the panel. For those of you, he is amazing. For those of you all who aren't familiar, the very top box is our friend whose wife will be due literally in the next week or so, maybe 2 weeks max. She is expecting twins. So if you have magic beans for the first box, feel free to give them. And let me see really quickly if it will let me. Nope, it will not, and that's okay. Okay. And then I've already told you about Abu Siraj, and then this box that's right here, that is a member of Palestinian Press. And so, you know, appreciate you, Carla. Thank you all for taking care of folks. And so what we try to do is do a minimum of 2K. That's what we try to do. So if we can hit those magic beans, that's great and amazing and all the things. So, all right. Let me talk really quickly, Department of Education. And one of the reasons why I'm glad that Cheryl is up here with me. If you all do not know Cheryl Russell, she has done, she did a live with me once, and we talked quite a bit about IEPs, 504s, all of those types of things. She is an IEP 504 advocate. She actually helps parents of children who need those things in their school systems get the support and the resources that they need. And so whenever I talk education, I do like to, I always love to have her input about the things that are happening and what those things look like. So let me pull back up what I had up about these changes. All right. So let me just share this real quickly, and then Cheryl, I'll let you weigh in on it. Right. So we're talking about this dismantling of the Department of Education. And so the first thing that I would say to you all is, if you try to twist yourself into a pretzel to justify these changes within the Department of Education, the first thing that I would ask you is, what type of administration, what type of leader, what type of individual wants to take resources away from children? And I think, like, I could just, for me, if I just start right there, that's a hard stop. Like, to me, nothing else they could say matters, because we have money for $170 million jets for Kristi Noem. We've got money, $50,000 bonuses for ICE agents to be domestic terrorists and terrorize people all across this country. But somehow or another, we think that we are supposed to take money away from children. What's up, Ronnie? So Cheryl, do you want to tell people what are the most concerning parts of this, these changes, or the proposed changes for education? What are the ones that are the most concerning for you?
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect.
Okay. I'm in my car. I am not driving. I am parked. I'm having lunch. So I'm just letting you know, if you hear car noises and stuff, I'm sitting parked.
I got you. Got you.
Out running errands today. So for me, obviously, the biggest focus is the fact that the changes that are happening and a lot of the funding that has been taken is always going to harm the people who already need the most help. Mm-hmm. So when you make these changes and you take this funding and you say that you're cutting funds in places, you know, that like to use words, we're cutting fat and we're, you know, moving things to the states. First, I'll say there's a reason we have the Department of Education that was created federally, because the states were not doing what they needed to do in education and providing for these children. And it was not, and still isn't to an extent, equal everywhere. But Correct. We have these equal protections now. We have these teeth. And with part of the problems that I'm seeing, as people understand, is the teeth were different things. We have the Department of Education, which I said was the backbone of making sure that schools and states were following federal laws to protect these students, and that the money being allocated is being used properly and that sort of thing. So it's very important that that's in place. But then we also have the Office of Civil Rights, which we know that they closed more than half of those. Yeah. And those were also part of this backbone of support, that when parents need help and these laws weren't being followed and the children's needs were not being met, they could go through and file complaints there. And they had timelines of when these had to happen. Yep. And those timelines were already stretched and not always met. But now that we have half of the offices closed, do we really think that that's helping that situation of families be able to use that as a resource? It's not, obviously. As the department moves things around and cuts funding, and they are also cutting positions and laying people off within the Department of Education, which means there's less support and people there to help. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that there might not be positions that could go, but obviously this is not what this administration usually looks at, as how they're doing it in a smart way that is actually beneficial. So there's less support systems. So what I'm finding, just talking to other advocates in various states, and then obviously with my own personal experience, is that now that this backbone's not there and there's such a long wait line and people don't know where to turn and things are being ignored, the only outlets parents are left with is suing. And mm-hmm. most parents don't have access to that.
Right.
Most people don't have that. So we're kind of heading back to, not kind of, we are creeping back to where we were before having a Department of Education.
Yeah.
You know, and almost like it's like these laws we have are useless. You know, I'm not saying don't fight. I'm not at all saying that. Make sure you don't take it that way. But so my worry is the movement of everything and the breakdown of these different departments. Everybody's scrambling, not knowing what's going on, how to handle things. If you call in, nobody knows what they're doing, who to talk to, where to go, because it's just a mess. It's in shambles. So obviously that's problematic.
Yep.
If you're trying to get help. Moving the symbolism, I'm telling you, of them moving Title I and disability education to the labor department.
Yes.
That symbolism there. If anybody doesn't know the history of how we treat those in poverty, especially children, and then also those with disabilities, oftentimes they are looked at as we're going to exploit them for labor.
Yes. And I want to talk about that part specifically.
Okay.
Because when we talk about moving Title I into the Department of Labor, under the guise and the fake assness of, sorry y'all, but that's the only word I could think of, fake assness of talent, right? They're talking about, oh, we're gonna identify their talent, and then we're gonna move them in this way, and we're gonna do this and do that. Listen, okay, thank you, Abu Siraj. Give me a second, guys. I need to pull up the next person real quick. Give me 1 second, because I need to.
Dani, can I say something for the Gazans, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. تمام. أهل غزة يعطيكم العافية، منورين جميعا. رجاء يا جماعة الخير، يعني هذه نصيحة من أخوكم أبو سراج، لما تيجوا على لايف مثل لايفات داني، افتكروا إنه هذا اللايف مش عشان فلسطين، هذا لايف أمريكي موجه للجمهور الأمريكي، بناقشوا فيه القضايا السياسية الأمريكية. هي كرما منها بتطلع بعض العائلات كل يوم في آخر اللايف عشان تساعد. لما انتوا تيجوا تتقاتلوا عندها بالتكست وتضلكم تحكوا بالعربي، هذا الاشي راح يأثر سلبا على اللايف عندها، وراح يخليها تبطل تساعد اي حدا. فرجاء يا جماعة الخير، رجاء احترموا الناس وبلاش الحركات هذه، بلاش القتال باللايفات، وبلاش تقعدوا تحكوا بالعربي كتير بالكومنتات، لانه هذا الاشي راح يأثر سلبا على اللايف وراح يخليها تبطل تساعد اي حدا. فرجاء لما تيجوا عندها لا تضلكوا تكتبوا باللغة العربية، روحوا ترجموا واكتبوا انجلش، لكن عربي ما حدش يكتب. واحترموا الدور واحترموا خصوصية اللايف تبعها، وهي بالأول والأخير اللي له رزقه يا جماعة الخير بياخدها، لا داني ولا أبو سراج ولا غيره بيمنعها عنه. فرجاء يا جماعة بدناش تعليقات باللغة العربية، ما حدش يعلق باللغة العربية. Thank you, Dani.
Thank you, Abu Siraj. So Cam and Sandy, it's messing with me again when I try to bring people up. So can you do me a favor? If Fadi Gaza is still in here, can you please bring them up? They were in here first and they have been verified by Abu Siraj. I don't know who has access to our spreadsheet, but we can add Fadi Gaza to it as well. I have not seen, let me see really quickly. I have not seen, thank you, Sammy. Sandy, I knew you got it for me. I do not get a chance to see this face often. And I thought I saw Bilal, but I don't see him now. If somebody sees him and you can bring him, I don't know where Fadi went as well. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, Bilal was here, Cam, and I saw him just a minute ago. Iman he gonna lay off them exclamation points today because he's been up here a lot. Yeah, that's cool.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. All right, so yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. كيف حالك حبيبي؟
الحمد لله بخير، الحمد لله إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
سراج كيف حالك؟ أهلين فادي، الله يسعدك. الحمد لله. It's okay, go ahead, continue. And by the way, guy, Sammy, this is her backup account. She lost her original.
Okay.
So she's using her backup account.
I got it. Will do. Okay. Yeah, no worries, people. So I appreciate you guys. So the purpose is, the reason why we try to balance this out is because TikTok acts how TikTok acts, right? And so we're gonna do the best that we can to help people out. What have I got? I've got US.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Sis Habibti. كيف حالك?
How are you, sister Dani?
I'm good, sis.
أنا طلعت بدي أحكي، الكل بهاجمني تحت، بدي أحكي يا أبو سراج بس أنت تترجم. هذا حسابي هذا حسابي عملته جديد.
أنا وضحت
لأنه عندي مشكلة.
وضحت لهم الفكرة، خلص وصلت.
والله يا أبو سراج عندي مشكلة مش عارفة شو.
Okay, I got you. This one.
تمام إن شاء الله. شكرا لك أخوي أبو سراج.
Okay. She was waging a war in the comments. Like, it's me.
I know. I saw. It's all good. So I am still Cam. Do you see? Hello, Raja. If you see Bilal or whatever, I see. I'm gonna get to as many folks as I can, and we'll just go from there. So I rotated one out because we hit 2K already. Okay. So, yeah, I know he's going to speak. Hello, Raja.
Hello, Dani. How are you?
I'm good, best friend. Alhamdulillah. How are you? So you guys see what the numbers are doing. Do me a favor, folks.
Alhamdulillah.
Please make sure that you like, that you share, that you do all the things, folks, because that is how we who was that? No, you still can. You still can. I'm going to be here for another almost an hour, 50 minutes or so. And then we'll probably head over to Abu Siraj as well. But listen, folks, this part is really important to support the live as much as possible. Not for me, but for everybody else. That this is the time where we try to do. I just did, DJ. Thanks. We try to do as best we can for everybody that we can. You know what I mean? Your internet is very weak. No worries, Raja. Which, by the way, folks, I have got pictures to put into the Discord that Raja sent me the other day, and I haven't gotten around to it. Salam, money. Okay, but so seriously speaking, I want to talk real quick about this education stuff. All right, so folks, I really want you all to understand the same way that we talk about the school to prison pipeline is the same way that we will talk about a prison to child labor pipeline. Those things are real, and I don't know. I keep saying to people that we have to understand that, and I know that some people don't know this, but economically disadvantaged white people, you are considered in the same class as minorities. I know y'all don't think you are, but in the mind of the wealthy and the elite that run this country, that is how they think of you. And I don't say that to be harsh or to be whatever. It's just to be honest, right? Yep, I got you, Wadmi. And I think that it's really important that we talk about that in the way that it is, because I know many children. So y'all know that where I'm from is 96% white. You know that where I'm from is not the most affluent area in the country, right? I'm from Northeast Tennessee. I think the median income in the Tri-Cities is like $45,000 a year. It may be a little higher than that in Washington County, but that's only because ETSU is there. It's only because the university is there. That's it. And so when you think about that, right? Like where I'm from, if you either go to work for a factory, the hospital, or you join the military. Like if you wanna make decent money, right? It's a factory job of some sort. Maybe an educator if you're lucky enough to go to college, right? But that is a lot of where I'm from. And so a lot of times I know many people whose children need support. They need IEPs, they need 504s, they need discounted free or reduced lunch. They need social services that wrap around them and that help their family out. They need angel tree networks and things like that, right? And so they need tutoring, right, Cheryl. And yeah, we talked about him earlier, A Money. We could talk about him again, but yeah, we talked about him earlier. And so the thing that's really important, folks, is for you to understand that it will impact you as well. So you hear us talk all the time about, like in this country, our cash bail system and how horrible it is for people. And we oftentimes think about minorities when we talk about that, right? But the reality is that it affects anybody that is economically disadvantaged, regardless of the color of your skin. Now, do we know that there are some communities that are going to be more economically disadvantaged than others by intention, and so they have double adversity on them? Sure, we do. But you need to understand that when they talk about this labor department that is now going to be handling services and monies that should be going to children, it includes children of all shades, folks. White children are not going to be excluded from this. And the same way, do y'all remember when we were talking about Project 2025 and people were so pissed about this provision where rich kids or kids that went to private school weren't going to have to sign up for the draft, but poor kids were. Do y'all remember? And people were so mad about that. Like, why do rich kids or kids that go to private school, why are they treated differently? This is what you need to understand is happening when we talk about the dismantling of our education system. This is what we are talking about and the way that it will impact your children. And I don't know about you all, but I have zero desire to be in a country where we go back to child labor. Like, this is crazy. It's bad enough that they want to marry our daughters off at 14, but for goodness sake, could we not have them in the factories at 10 and 11? And I know that it happens in other countries and it's bad over there. Listen, the same way we criticize other countries for the things that they do, you better wake up and realize what they are trying to do here at home. This is a class war, first and foremost. And the mechanisms through which they enable this class war to happen is racism and religion. I'm going to say that again really quickly. Okay? This is a class war with the elite against everyone else, and the mechanisms through which they use to get poor people to fight for rich people is racism and religion. And it is your children that are going to be negatively impacted. Check your bigotry, 100%. Check your prejudice, check your bias, check your bigotry. Every bit of, because at the end of the day, we are all in the same foxhole together. Don't know any other way to say that.
Exactly.
And if I made you uncomfortable, good.
No, it's truth. Truth can make you uncomfortable, and honestly, that's only if you're listening and paying attention. But yeah, I will say that the part, they say they're not concerned about what's happening with what they're doing to undocumented immigrants. Part of the reason they don't care and they're not concerned is because that's the deal. That's their idea. That's the whole thing. They've already got this laid out.
Listen, say that part again. So for y'all, if you're not catching it, the reason they don't care about the temporary impact on the workforce through all of this stuff that's happening with immigrants is because they intend for poor people to replace them. Poor people, disabled people, people that to them have lower value than everyone else. That is what they intend. And if you aren't aware of that, so I heard somebody on another live misquote the shit out of this, but I'm going to quote it correctly because that's what I do. Okay. But it's a quote by LBJ. And the first time I started saying this, what's up, Hell on Wheels? The first time I started saying this quote, people got really mad at me. And I said, well, don't be mad at me because I didn't say it. It was a white dude that said it. And he was the president at the time. But LBJ was going through Nashville, and there were all types of civil rights protests going at the time. And there were these signs that had racial messages on them. What's up, cuz? And so his aide says to him at the time, I don't know where this comes from. And LBJ is from the South. And he says, oh, I know where it comes from. Let me tell you. And so this was the quote. He says, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him someone to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Folks, they have you looking down on immigrants. They have you looking down on Muslims. They have you looking down on poor people. They have you looking down on LGBTQIA people. They have you looking down on anybody that is different, right? And that is why you have been emptying your pockets, buying $25 boxes of cereal, some gold tennis shoes that never existed, and fake ass watches. And Bitcoins, for goodness sake. That's the reality, folks. I've never seen so many poor and economically disadvantaged people trying to protect billionaires in my life. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And it's those same billionaires and those same centimillionaires that won't pay you a livable wage. You're mad at somebody that's getting food stamps or Section 8, but you're not mad at the dude who's got 3 yachts, 4 vacation homes, and won't pay you more than $20 a damn hour. And that $20 an hour is actually good for some people. Hi, Sugar Butt. How was pajama day at school? Good. Come here for a second. Hey, Carla.
Pajama day is the best.
Look. Yes, I know. Cousin Carla is in here. Say hi to Cousin Carla. She's over here on this one. Say hi, Cousin Carla. Go get a snack. Yeah, pajama day. Yeah, so I just you love the unicorns. She is she is a
arguing.
Go ahead. Yeah. You can have. Let me see. How big is it? Oh, if it's this one, yes. If it's this one, girl, couldn't have. She's getting a brownie. Sammy says she looks so very much like an Arab. Everybody says that. Go ahead, Cheryl.
When we talk about education, also they've got them out here fighting for those vouchers. More states are taking up. And I keep trying to tell people, like, they'll argue with me, well, I'll just get a voucher and I'll just go to private school because they don't care about what's happening to public education. Like, I'll just go do this. And I keep trying to tell them, and this is an opinion, I was like, you watch. When public education implodes on itself, because that's what they're aiming for, they're going to blame public education for it imploding, even though they're the reason it's happening.
Yes.
They're going to make it look like public education itself can't take care of itself. And when that happens, those vouchers are disappearing.
Yes.
Because they don't want to pay for anybody's school, and the rich people who are also getting the vouchers, they're not going to care. They still have money to pay for their child's education. So again, it's like meeting a goal. I mean, it used to be that the voucher systems were just allocated to specific needs for kids to go to specific schools that would meet needs that public education just could not. And then they opened them. Some of these states, like Florida, opened them up to everyone and their brother and sister and anybody who wants to go.
Yes.
And it's hurting. Just go back. If your state's looking at doing these voucher systems, start showing them the reports of what's happening in Florida now that they're coming out and showing when they're getting audited how that's looking. Because I can tell you, when those voucher systems don't have the money that they've been putting out there, where do you think they're going to be taking that money from to pay it back?
100%. 100%. And
it's going to be the public schools.
And listen,
they'll lose even more.
In case you all don't know this by now, right? This administration's entire tactic is very simple, right? Create the chaos, create the failure, and then blame the system, blame the people for the chaos, for the failure, right? That is the entirety of what they have done when it comes to education, when it comes to who is it? I got you, Abu Saraj. Cam, do you see the one that Abu Saraj said to bring up? Can you do that? I'm trying to see. I'm not sure if I'm okay. Oof, it went by. See, it went by me so damn fast. You got it, A-Money? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I knew somebody would get it. And let me just point this out to you guys. I'm gonna point this out for everybody so that you all understand. What you just saw Abu Saraj do is what I see all the time from Palestinians. I'm telling you all, not all of them, but when I say the vast majority, I mean the vast majority of them. I'm forever seeing them say, Dani, okay, I have enough. You can take me down and give to someone else. Dani, I've had enough. You can take me down and give to someone else. And that's exactly what you saw Abu Saraj just do. He said, hey, give my spot to her, please. Help her, please. And here's what I know. I know that if he is saying that, that's because she is somebody that is in big need for us to do that. And so I'm just saying to you all, I pay attention to those things and they matter. And the people that I know that do that, it's why I made him come back up here, is because he is forever doing that, forever doing that very thing, right? And it's really important for people to know that. I need to do Ahmed Darawi also needs to come up because he didn't get to the other day. And I don't know who else is in there. I know Wasef is in there, but I don't know who else is in there. I'm just being honest. I don't know who all is in there. So, just saying. I need to send a message real quick. Where did I got you, A-Money? I see you. Thank you. I'm gonna let you do it all then. Grr. Listen, do you, A-Money? Yes, baby. Um, what, baby? It's plain. It doesn't have anything on it. It's just a plain biscuit, babe, from yesterday. What do you want? Do you want Tutu to make you something? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Um, Raja, what's that? Yes, baby. Yes. Cheryl, can you talk to the people real quick? And tomorrow for this week, which can you talk to them, Cheryl, a little bit more about education? And hold it down. Let me make this for Bella real quick. Maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Before I start talking more about the education, you guys make sure that you're sharing the live to help get it out there and keep that algorithm doing its thing instead of doing the bad thing. And if you haven't done your heart mate today, make sure you hit that at the top. But the important part is to hit it again and go back in and claim those points so that they count. Anyway, so you're talking about the education and the Department of Labor. Anybody in here not understanding why that history-wise, I think I saw somebody ask the question, what do we do in regards to talking to people about it? It's kind of a difficult topic to just have a bulleted point list. My biggest thing is I try to bring up history and show people the history of why this is wrong and what this has done to children in the past and what this looks like. And also being that I'm in the education field on the outside where I get to talk to a variety of people in a variety of schools, and I'm not in the system itself. People tell me what's happening and I see it myself. I give examples of how what has already happened with some of the movement and some of the funding that has been taken away, how that is already affecting children in our school systems and the educators who are there trying to help them. You know, how it's making it difficult for them to do their jobs and what they want to do with these children. So the best thing you can do is go back and educate yourself on why the education department was created, and then also the history of exploiting specific children for labor. And there are some companies that still get in trouble for this today. So these are the types of things that I would use and that I do use when I'm talking to people.
It's up there. To piggyback
Dani
off of
might
that.
have something in her link tree. Yeah, she was saying, because I know Dani, she's got those things out. I haven't had the time to create something yet.
Yeah, I will put a couple of things in there for you. Let me just share with you. So I also use history, but one of the things that I use when I talk to folks, period, about all of these things, I don't care what the argument is or what the subject is. Whenever the argument is, well, they're just giving it back to the states. They're just giving it back to the states. One of the things that I'll ask people is, do you know why that's a horrible idea? Is the reason we needed the federal government to start with, the reason we needed the federal Department of Education to start with is because what was happening when education was just up to the states? Can you think of anybody that was disenfranchised when it was just up to the states? Can you think of any particular group of people that maybe didn't have access to the same education? Can you think of anybody that wasn't allowed to study certain subjects? I can remember stories of even in my mom's age and people other that, right, that weren't allowed to take, like girls not being able to take shops class or mechanics class, boys not being able to take home economics, right? People with disabilities absolutely not being able to get into schools at all. Absolutely. Money, I got you. I just want you to think about all of those different types of things and understanding that that is how we got to where we are. If we could rely on the states to do right by people, there would be no need to be the United States of America. We need to be that because independently as states, we had women subjugated. We had people with disabilities not even counted as people. We had Black and brown people not counted as human beings. The reality is no matter what we would like for it to be, and no matter how much you might want to believe that, oh, we live in a different time, what is happening right now across this country is proof that we don't. What we are allowing ICE to do, what we are allowing to happen to women who need health care, what we are allowing tells you that there are still too many states, too many places and too many people with a particular mindset, with particular goals and particular initiatives that is not for the best of everyone. And that is why, no, thank you. Don't leave shit up to my state, please, and thank you very much. No, go ahead, A Money.
First of all, let's just say, Ken, I don't know why Danny's never had 1,000 shares. Get the shares up first and foremost. Get the tax up first and foremost. And السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته يا أهل غزة. مش حلو منكم تكاتلوا في الكومنتات قدامها أصلا. اوكي when هي بتخلص مع الناس على البانل بتنزلهم بترفع كمان حدا واصلا هي قاعده بتحط اسمكم على ورقه اذا انت اجيتوا في اليوم واحد بتكتب اسمكم اوكي هي بتقول عشان هي بتحب هي بتقول هي عارفه انتم من غزه 100% فشوي شوي في الكومنتات اوكي ما تكتبوش شيء تكاتلوش مع بعض في الكومنتات قدامها اصلا. Why are you laughing? I'm trying to be serious.
Because it's a little bit that I know. And I can hear you. And then look, Cam said, I know what she's saying. And then it was, okay, shway, shway. But it's not. Oh, that was so good.
I understand shway, period. They're going crazy in the comments. I have to tell them to fall the F back.
I know, I heard.
In my aggressive Brooklyn Arabic, okay?
Oh, good gosh. It's always so funny.
First of all, Dani's funny as hell because she took every other word and she said, I know what she said.
Yep, I can catch it. I heard comments. I can hear it. And whenever the shit gets so fierce, all I can hear is the I said they getting it.
I can't stand you.
Yep. Whenever it gets to that. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Dani right now.
She said, but that the tone of that voice, I still knew what was going on. Just the sound, the teacher voice, I could hear it.
Oh,
somebody's in it.
I knew it. And then every now and then I'll hear Dani, I'll hear comments, I'll hear, and then I'm not even kidding y'all. When I hear that too many times in a row, I said they getting it. Because listen, we don't even have a letter for that, y'all. Like when we in the English language, we do not have a letter for that sound right there. And so I be like, when I can hear the tone of voice and all the things, I'm like, I know what's coming right now. Ooh-wee.
Period. Now I'm just letting them know that y'all doing your damn thing, and you know, like the comments are pissing me off. I have to come up and say something. Like I was more than welcome to stay in the comments, but nah. But anyway, like look, the comments stopped at least.
They did, yeah, they did. Appreciate you, A Money.
Listen, we see the request and we see the comment. The comment doesn't need to be repeated more than once. Like we see it. We see you. We're gonna verify you. We're gonna bring you up. Like that's it. I said the only reason why you do bring up sometimes the same people is because you don't recognize no one else.
Right. And if I don't, I don't. And this is my thing. So like you know me, I keep it 100% real. Every time I see Muhammad Osama right now, he's got to come up. That she is going to deliver twins any day now. Mm-hmm. And you know, I think about like what I know it's winter. I know they're going to deliver twins. I know they already have a toddler. And so for me, before I be like trying to figure out everybody else, I'm just like every time because woo, girl, how you gonna come through the door like a cyclone? Sway, sway. Yes. Come here, Mila. Hey, Money, here's your girl.
يعني هي قاعدة بتساعدكم.
مش عارف أنا والله ما هرج ما
ولا أنا أصلا. يعني هي قاعدة بتكتب كل اسمكم على ورقة أصلا. هي عارفة إنه بتطلع البانو ولا ما بتطلعش على البانو. بتحاول تساعد وهم قاعدين يبصوا هيك في الكومنتات. Hi baby.
Look, that's A Money. Say hi, A Money.
والله احنا احسن من
So cute. Oh, I want to bite her cheeks.
Girl, she's old. Did you hear her come through the door? Look, there's your cousin Carla. Say hi, cousin Carla.
Hi, Cousin Carla.
Carla, hi, cousin Carla.
Right.
I love you.
Look, that's Mohammed. You see him? He's got a little boy that's a little younger than you. Stop being, close your mouth. If you knew how many people was watching you right now, you wouldn't be doing that. She said, yes, I would. All right, move, girl.
Very beautiful day.
Thank you. Go on, girl. I'm telling you, go. Go find your mama. She's on the balcony, I think. You just want to be seen. You see that, right, y'all?
I want to be seen too. Shit.
She's something else. Here come big sis now. Yes, ma'am. What you want?
Trying
Yes,
not
you
to.
can. Bring it to me now. Hey, Mila. Hey, don't do
I was
that.
trying not to drive, but I need to drive.
I got you, Cheryl. I
I
got
need to
you.
drive now. I'm gonna be on mute. You
Okay.
can either drop me or whatever you need. I'll be listening.
Yes, she does. 100%. Appreciate you, Cheryl. Look, stop. Grammy can see you over here. Did you know that? Grammy can see you on this one.
Yeah, girl, I saw all your teeth.
She's so silly. Here, watch out. Let me pour the juice. Oh, it just fell. Bella. Okay, hand me your cup, please. Yeah, so thanks, Witch. I got you. So so listen, folks, the reason why we wanted to talk about the education piece is because it is really important, and it has, we talk all the time about how important education is, right, folks? But I really want you to stop for just a moment and think about long term. Our education for our children today is the future of tomorrow. And I'm just going to keep it 100% real. There are too many people in this country who are in positions, she sure did. Here, Bella, that I don't want their offspring running the country. Where's your cup, Bella? Oh, girl, I done filled the wrong damn cup. I don't mean that to be funny, but there's too many of them that I don't want their offspring running this country. No, thank you to, oh, I love that, Witch. No, thank you to Baron. No, thank you to, yeah, hold on. I don't want anybody that is, thank you, that is, I don't want the offspring of Mike Johnson doing a damn thing. I don't want a Harshbarger any further up in Congress. I don't want a Blackburn. I don't want to, just keeping it real. Like, I just don't, right? Those people have an idea of the society they want to create. And if you are listening to me 9 times out of 10, it ain't you. 9 times out of 10, it ain't you. And if you are part of their class of existence and you're listening to me in agreement, it still ain't you. It still ain't you, because theirs is a mindset and they have a particular road that they want to travel in this country. And okay, Bella, can you tell your mommy to come here and get Mila? Right, you don't either. Yes, mommy got you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Sandy, for that little mute right there. I appreciate it. Sandy's mute game be strong as fuck sometimes. But let me just like on a real note, folks, what y'all need to, I hate to say when y'all need to, because it sounds like I'm telling you what to do. And I don't want to tell you what to do, right? What I do want is for people to really understand where we are and what's at stake. Now, I said something earlier that made me a little optimistic and a little hopeful, and I hope it does the same for you. We know for sure that there is an election happening in less than a year in the United States of America, where we have our midterms, right? But there's also an election happening in Israel. And they don't like Bibi no more than most of us like Trump. Real talk. Can you all imagine a world that could exist with a flipped Democratic Congress? And don't get me wrong, I don't love everybody that's a Democrat in Congress. What I do know is that The other side of the aisle just ain't doing it for me right now in any way, shape, or form, right? Um, and so I just think about that, you all. What would it look like if there was liberal leadership in Israel, non-Zionist leadership in Israel? What could that look like? What would it look like? And I don't even know if that's a real thing, if that's a possibility, but what could that look like? And what could it look like if it was different here? Yeah, so there's, yeah, sunflower fish. I've heard that, but there are also special elections happening. I really do believe, yeah, baby. You have to ask mommy to do it, okay? Um, they call my head the bobblehead because I'm going every different direction because everybody is here. But so seriously speaking, I do want you all to think about like where we are and how much the world could look different in 11 months. In less than 11 months, the world that we live in could be very different, right? There are real opportunities for peace. And this is my honest belief about this, right? My honest belief about this is that the reason we have arrived at the place where we are is because it is to expose all of the things and all of the places where we are vulnerable so that we can actually create something that is different, so that we can actually build something that is new, that serves the majority of people rather than the minority of people, rather than just a small group of people. And when you think about that, there are so many of us, there are so many people that in the last 2 years have had a drastic shift in what they think and what they believe when it comes to Israel and Palestine and even our own country, right? What could we create if we truly wanted to? I think about that. I think about the fact that I believe that Afton Bain is going to be the new congresswoman from the 7th district of Tennessee. I do think that. And I'm going to tell you what, Republicans think it too, or they wouldn't be pouring in a shit ton of money to try to keep them from winning. Listen, how many of you guys have ever been to Nashville? Or I can even talk about where I'm from. The brothers don't go away because I need you to get up there too. I tried to do our teacher Cam and it won't let me. Can you do Ahmed? But think about this, right? What was I saying? Shit. Oh, you tried to do the same? See? You voted for her Saturday. I love that peacekeeper. So listen, they tried they found an old podcast interview of Afton when she first moved to Nashville. And Afton has always been a rural girl, right? She has been fighting for the interest of rural folks in Tennessee, but especially in rural, right? And so she was on a podcast. She was like, "Oh, I hate everything that makes Nashville, Nashville." I was like, "Salam, the brothers. Good to see you." Yeah, you're very welcome. But it was so funny because, yes, baby. Yes. What you want? Yes. Can you ask mommy to make it for you, honey? How I'm here working and y'all, everybody asking me, could you? Sorry, but she was saying, yeah. So Sunflower Afton is a for real friend of mine. Like, love her, mean it. And she met when we were both protesting. But anyway, so she had done an interview, and she was on this podcast saying, "Oh, like you see all the brides that come here, and then they're in their bridal dresses and their boots." And their whatever, and I hate Nashville music and everything that makes Nashville, Nashville. And so literally they wanted this to be some attack ad. She said she hates Nashville. Listen, I can tell you for sure the things that I hate about where I'm from. That doesn't mean I don't like the people. It doesn't mean I don't want better for it. It doesn't mean I wouldn't fight to make it better. It means the things that have been in Nashville's thing. It's the commercialized part of the city, right? That she was like, I hate it, but it tickles me that this is how you know if they are digging back to go through a podcast interview that you've done however damn long ago, how scared of her are they? They are terrified of Afton Bain. They're terrified of it because they know she resonates with people. They know that people know she fights against the system. They know that as a freshman state representative that she fought to end the grocery tax in Tennessee. My birthday, May. My birthday's in May. I'm a spring baby. And maybe a little bit. But yeah, she's authentic. She's good ass people, like real talk. I don't vouch for too many people that are running for office. I would vouch for Afton all day. All day. If you were somebody in need, if you were somebody that people were taking advantage of, if you were suffering an injustice, if you were any of those things, I would vouch for her all day. Like, yeah. If I had to pick somebody that I would want in Congress fighting for me other than me, I would pick Afton. I would pick Afton all day. Yeah, Shannon. Just message me and I'll send it to you. Yeah, she stood with the Moms of Covenant after the school pew-pewing, because that's who she is and what she does. Cam, the twins are coming in the next 2 weeks. So really any day now. The twins are coming in the next 2 weeks. That's this box right here, folks. The box beside him is Palestinian Press. The box underneath him is the brothers, who is just good people and is also a student that just graduated after 2 years of a G-side. She's ridiculously smart. Yes.
And the next color, she out here.
Hi, Dani. Hi, Wadmi.
How are you?
I'm good, Habibti. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Nice to see you today.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Yeah, so as you all know, Wadmi and the brothers, they often help me. They translate, they give messages for me to folks, which I really do appreciate. I also want to say to you all that there's a direct way to do this also in my tree. So
Hi, Dani.
yes. Where did the teacher go? She was driving, Sandy, so she had to go for now, and then she'll be back. Cheryl, you mean? Yeah. So I still have top 4 boxes are all U.S. Bottom 4 boxes are our River to the Sea people. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm reading messages. Okay.
No, Dani, I've been meaning to tell you. Can you change the link for Clementina in your tree?
For who?
For Clementina?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Yeah, you have the CHUFFED.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I got you. All right, Rylene, appreciate you. This is crazy. Y'all, ICE did a green card raid. Like, why? Listen, in case y'all, I know that everybody says this. It's never been about being here illegally, not doing it the right way, not working, not nothing. It's never been about that. It's about getting brown people out.
Did you know that they went to Louisiana and they're like trying to arrest like 5,000 people?
Yeah. Look, did you know that yeah, IDF is an ICE? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, my cousin's getting scared because like after October 7th, they kicked out like a lot of people from having to work and stuff. So they came here to work, you know, and make money
Right.
to feed, to provide. So she's kind of scared, you know.
100%. 100%. I know people, but I'm gonna tell you now, I fucked around in Charlotte, and Charlotte folks was chasing their ass in the woods. If you didn't see it, if y'all have not seen the video of Southerners in Charlotte chasing ass through the damn woods, they said y'all don't fuck around and find out. They gave them a little bless your heart Southern welcoming is what they gave them. Right during hunting season, wearing camo. Oh. Am I an early birthday? No, I'm the 12th. I'm like a middle of the road Taurus. I'm 100% up and down Taurus. That's me. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no. And let me see, my sun sign is Taurus, my rising sign is Aries, my moon sign is Virgo.
It's almost going to be my birthday at school.
It's almost going to be your birthday in 3 months. Yes, girl, it is. It sure is. Mm-hmm. Her birthday is the same as Abu Saraj's, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say Abu Saraj.
Mm-hmm. Abu Saraj. Yes, the camo in the woods, girl. The camo in the woods. Yeah. Did you see the grandma? She scared them off. Yeah, because they don't play. Is that what it is, Red Hot? Yeah. I have that energy, you know. Not the brother saying I didn't know my birthday until I was 8. Yeah, I'm a true Taurus, 100%. Up and down. Yeah. What were the other? I want to make sure I got everything that was on here. So listen, before I start, girl, I want to kind of wrap up. Oh, that's your son's birthday? Look at that. Okay, so oh, my Eric, are you talking to Raja? Give me 1 second, baby. Okay. Yes. Okay, I got it. I had to vouch for you that you were good people. Yep. Yes. Yeah, that's a winner. Sorry, y'all. I'm managing all kinds of people. I'm managing all kinds of people. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah. So I love the fact that people were like, so and so be checking and talking to me. Is this a good person? That is a good person all day. Yep, vouching goes both ways. Because listen, not everybody that says I'm a Danican or I'm part of the Dani's community is a good person. But Eric is a real good person. That's a good person. If Eric were to run for office and I lived in his state, I would absolutely vouch. Red Hot, you are never getting Raja's WhatsApp. Ever. 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 Mm-mm. I love you, girl, but no. Nada. Never. Yeah. That girl be throwing it all on the line. No.
Red Hot. If you want someone that's single, there's plenty in Gaza.
Yes, tell her. Because he is not. I know, girl. I'm just kidding with you. I am kidding. I knew it was a joke. That's why I said it back.
And anyway, I already took Red Hot. I don't know why she's looking. Girl, I said you're my wifey. Why are you still looking?
Y'all are hilarious. I cannot with y'all. Okay, so I want to recap real quick so that we all know what we did together today. Are y'all ready? You sworn to secrecy. I love it, Eric. Okay, so real talk. Kat said I'm single. Not A Money up here being the matchmaker. Okay, so real talk. Couple things, right? Couple things. Over here, I want us to pay attention to everybody's face that's up here. And if we could um, do our boxes at the bottom, that would be amazing. I'm going to try to do some myself. Okay. Sorry, I can't gift and talk to people. Okay. All right. So let me just say this. So a couple of things that I want everybody to focus on and remember from today's live. Okay. So first, this face that is right here, this beautiful young baby face, that is Mohammed Ibrahim. He is an American citizen who is also Palestinian. That is an American Palestinian who is 16 years old. He turned 16 in a torture prison in Israel. He has been in Israeli custody in prison since February of this year. You hear me? The United States of America hasn't done shit to get him out and bring him home. And that's
Yeah, people don't understand. Like, you saw how Donald Trump went hard for Iran, who was actually a soldier serving for the ICS, and he went hard because he was an American. But this one, who's a Palestinian American, who was born in America, they still have not done nothing for him. And by the way, he wasn't the one that threw Iraq. It was his cousin, who they unalived already, and they still have him in jail.
I don't know. Find out. I don't know the answer to that question, but yeah. So they alleged that he threw some rocks, right? Yeah, I got you. I saw it, Cam. I'll let him know. Hold on. Okay. So the only member of Congress that I have heard speak about him is Senator Van Hollen. He spoke about him over this weekend. His family has reached out to the State Department. They have done everything asking for them to help get this boy. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is not doing well. He has been beaten. And he is a baby. He is a minor. He is 16 years old. And so every single one of you, this will be my one ask for the day. Can I do one ask for all my people here in the West and the States today? My ask is that today you send an email to your representatives in Congress and in the Senate. And I would like for your email to ask your representatives to bring Mohammed Ibrahim home. And then I would like for you to make a post. You can look him up and put his face in your social media. It may show and you just can't see it. Yeah. So IBRAHIM. Mohammed Ibrahim. So it's IBRAHIM. He's 16 years old. He's from Florida. He's an American Palestinian. He is in Israeli custody. And I want you all to remember that when Donald Trump took his ass to Israel and he stood in front of them and he told them what a great job they did using the bombs on Gazans, right? I want you all to remember that while he was doing that, oh, you all used them great. You did such a good job. He did nothing to bring home this baby. He did nothing to bring him home. Okay? And then on top of that, an email post with his face, with his age, and then tag your representatives and tag your local press, your state press, and the national press, because everyone should be talking about this child. Everyone should be talking about him and demanding that he be brought home. That's number one. Number two, the picture that is behind him is Gaza. I have that picture up today because I need for everybody to remember that it's a bullshit ceasefire. Every day, Israel unalives Palestinians. By far, Palestinian civilians, by far, Palestinian children. It's horseshit. It's not real, and it hasn't stopped. I can still hear drones when I have some of our friends there up with us in the background. You hear? Okay. If I showed you the pictures that I was sent the other day, right now I am looking at two children, actually three. One is a little girl in a red jacket, and she is Mila's age, maybe a year younger. Really, Rachel? Yeah, fuck Richie Torres. You know how I feel about him. It is, it is, it is very real that it is still happening. All right. I want you all to remember that it is winter, the same way that winter is coming here. Winter is in Palestine, is in Gaza. They are between the river, they are between the sea. It is cold. Children are going to have a hard time regulating body temperature. So are infants, so are babies, right? Blankets are $25 to $30. Outfits, shirts, pants, $30, $35. Tents, a new-ish tent, about $700. Okay. There's maybe 1/3 of the trucks that are supposed to be coming through are coming through. A lot of it are commercial supplies, and it is not the aid that the people need. It's not getting to them. Israel is still weaponizing food. People are still not getting what they need. Do not forget about it. Do not let the lack of press coverage make you forget. There are places where you can go and see what is still happening. There's still not enough medical supplies, medical procedures, medical help. None of that stuff is there. So do not forget that. All right. It's one of the reasons why I always devote the last hour or so of my live to it. Okay. Next, I have Lauren Bobart, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Nancy Mesa for one reason. I want to point out the difference between those three women. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a hero, even though she did do some decent things here lately. I want to, follow Democracy Now, people, because they do a daily story. Thank you, Witch. But here's a reminder. All three of these women asked for the Jeffrey files to be released. All three of them, right? So why is only one of them being pushed out? Now, granted, she's being given a sweetheart deal, right? She doesn't have to resign until after she's vested. She'll get her book deal. She'll make the rounds, and she's got $25 million from insider trading. I hear you. But what's the difference between Marjorie and the other two women? Because they all asked for the Jeffrey files to be released, right? Here's the difference. She spoke out against Israel. That's the difference. Israel. That's the difference. Okay. As a reminder, we didn't write the peace deal for Ukraine. Vladimir Putin did. Actually, his dude Dmitry did. Right? Russia is not a hoax any more than Jeffrey is. All of that shit is real. And BB's the damn devil. So that is me summarizing the rest of today. What I hope to do really quickly is I'm going to try to tap off these last couple of boxes to get everyone to 2K. And then can I explain to you what case has been won? Hi, can you please explain to me what case? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Great Choice. When you say what case, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Appreciate you guys. I don't know what case you're talking about. Appreciate you too, Robin D. Listen.
Okay, I gotta go.
Yeah.
It was good seeing you always.
You too, sis. Me too. I am too. I've been on here for 4 hours. So
on the flip side.
Yeah. Appreciate you though.
Love you,
Yeah.
mean it.
Yeah. Love you, mean it. Appreciate you. Was the removal of the list? Oh my God, it went so fast. Yes, the brothers, I got you. Was the removal of the list of careers considered professions part of 2025? I would have to look, Amy, but gutting the department was. So I don't know if that was specifically mentioned or not, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, Sandy. No, I can't do 6 hours today. Maybe another day, but not today. For other people rolling their eyes because I've been on here for 4 hours and I'm not staying no longer, be careful before karma gets you. Someone won a case. Oh, it's not that someone won a case. Great choice. The James Comey and Tish James cases were dismissed by the judge. That is probably what they're talking about. That is probably what they're talking about, is that the James Comey, Tish James cases for the DOJ were dismissed because Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed. Robin D, I have not, but I saw a video that he posted in the last day or so that shows him in the hospital getting licked in the mouth by his dog. So I'm assuming he's okay. Like it was real nasty for me, but ugh. Okay. That's all I got. Yeah, I got G babies that are here. And I'm just saying, and I got stuff to do. Go to Abu Siraj's live, please. Abu Siraj is live. Please go ahead and take care of that. And if you signed up to be on my email list, I think I've got the glitches worked out, and you should get a newsletter for me by Wednesday. If you do not, please let me know. If you don't know, it's in my link tree where you can do that. Okay? It says like Dani's folks or something like that in my link tree. Love you, mean it, people. I am going to go. Have an amazing day. Do great things. Email your representatives. Post about Mohammed Ibrahim, right? I'm just saying, if you're in Tennessee, go vote for Afton Bain. If you are in Tennessee, Congressional District 7, and I will see you all tomorrow. Okay? Bye. Thanks.